So we're actually gonna review all of Azrael's matchups. Hopefully, I don't like kill my voice, right? Before this over, I'm just be like non-stop like lecturing, I guess. Why is there so much red in chat, Jesus? But anyways, I guess before I get into it, a couple disclaimers. For starters, this is gonna be from the perspective of like high to top level play. Not saying I'm top level or anything. I'm just saying that we're gonna be looking at characters' tools on paper and how it would play out played at the highest level. Second, I'm not trying to tell people how to play. If you like playing a certain way, you know, continue doing so. Third, I'm gonna try to be as unbiased as possible. Not a bang player perspective. Yeah, bro. Turn off the stream. But yeah, we're gonna try to be as unbiased as possible and also not let personal experience basically cloud our judgment. Right? So let's say I beat, I don't know, Jimmy from my locals because he plays like 9 or some shit. That doesn't mean that suddenly, you know, Azrael beats 9 or whatever, right? Not the GOAT Jimmy. Yeah, just throwing an example there, right? Like, let's say I'm a scrub, but I beat Jimmy. He's also a scrub, right? That doesn't exactly mean that, you know, the matchup goes a certain way, right? Aside from that, there are some characters I'll be able to be more detailed with in terms of explanations, because like maybe I have more experience with them or used to play them or whatever. They're simple enough, so I could maybe provide some visuals for them, like for Ragna, for example. But say for a character like 9 or Rachel or some shit, I have no idea how to play those characters. So it'll be a lot of, I guess, dead air on screen or whatever. Won't really be able to give any visual examples for that. Because yes, this game has like a shitload of characters. I do not know how to play all of them. Yeah, Ragna players, you're totally valid for playing like that. Do a meta combo facing... Nah, it's been too long. Don't put me on the spot like this. But, yeah, I think that's about it as far as any disclaimers I feel like I need to put out. You just play how you want. This is from perspective of high level. Try not to be too biased with it. We're looking at characters' tools on paper. Not really... Yeah, no, that's about it. That's about it. As far as everything I want to put out. There's going to be something at the end that I'm going to remember. I'm like, fuck, why didn't I include that? How does Tao structure offense at high... Oh my god, this is what we're going to be doing all stream, aren't we? Anyways. Let's... I'm trying to remember how to... Okay, there we go. There's Taos at high level. Not really. Not too many as far as I know. Like, there might be some like rare JP ones, but as far as like an NA, not really. Anyways, getting into... Oh, there we go. Now I remembered, right? Before I get into it, the final, I guess, disclaimer. A lot of Azrael matchups, they require a lot of patience. So for a lot of them, you're going to be hearing me saying stuff like, oh, you got to hang back or whatever. Right, play patient, pick your spots, things like that. That goes for a lot of Azrael matchups. He's a very Unga character, don't get me wrong, but he's not as like, you know, ball to the wall, just gorilla, you know, in your face, go bananas on them. He's not that kind of character, at least not all the time. Right, so for a lot of Azrael matchups, when played at high level, yeah, you gotta hang back sometimes. There are some where you can definitely play aggressive, don't get me wrong. But yeah. That's just kind of how it be, right? But if you know, if you want to play aggressive, I mean, go for it. Like I said, Cryo's solid from what I played of him, right? But he isn't really like that high level known player or whatever, like just say Jonah or some shit. Like as far as I know, right? He isn't really killing it in tournaments and you know shit like that. Is Tao deader than Mu 12? I feel like Tao at least has some players. Like, Mu 12 is like turbo dead. Ascord in shambles attempting to process this advice. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. But, oh yeah, aside from that, I did do a matchup thing before with Chaotic. This is just me putting it for, you know, my purposes on my channel, stuff like that. But yeah, definitely go check that out. It is also from, you know, his perspective and his take on certain matchups. We do have some minor disagreements here and there, but generally speaking, he is the other, you know, go-to guy in NA in terms of getting Azrael advice. Giving Ascore too much credit here, saying they have the ability to process information. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. Anyways, we're gonna get into it with Ragna. Right, Ragna, this is a straightforward matchup. You're gonna have to play a bit patient here, right? It's basically a game of don't run into his buttons. I mean, obviously he has 5B, he has JC, J is great at checking airspace, right? He obviously has the DP to worry about. IB DP is very strong in this matchup. Bro thinks Az versus 9 is negative infinite. Oh my god, no, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. We're gonna get into it because fucking Azrael versus 9 is randomly divisive, and it's not even just talking about me and you, Chaotic. It is very divisive. It's actually early on the list too, so we'll get into it like relatively soon. But yeah. So anyways, what I was saying as far as Ragna DP goes, it hits both sides, blowing up Japan for their opinion. I know, right? I know. But yeah, fucking Throne Divider randomly hits from both sides even though it shouldn't, so you gotta be careful about it when doing cross-ups and things of that nature. Again, it's just a game of not running into his buttons. 5A is a fantastic anti-air. It's one of the better ones, up there with like Kagura's, Hakumen's to an extent, Hazama's for sure. You could even put Makoto there on that list in terms of, oh, and obviously Azrael himself, in terms of 5As that are very good at anti-airing. He does have low health, though. You have like 10k. He does have the lifesteal mechanic with his drive, but if he doesn't get started, he cannot steal health. So yes, he is, like, I believe tied with Carl in terms of lowest health. Someone correct me on that if I'm wrong, but I believe he has 10k. Tsuchikawa? I thought he played Kokonoe. Could be wrong on that. But yeah, despite Ragna's big-ass air buttons and shit like that, generally speaking, when he tries to like air dash at you or whatever, right? Let me see if I can kind of show it off a little bit. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, it doesn't really have like that like deep reaching like JC. It has a fantastic range, but it's not something you can like easily just fucking just throw out. Like if you're gonna air dash on someone, you gotta like delay the JC a little bit to catch them. You can't just throw it out preemptively, so it does make anti-airing him a little bit easier. In terms of this matchup, you can rely on just the general anti-airs like 5A, 5B, so on and so on. 2C is not bad at all. It's not great, because 2C is not a great button, but it's not bad at all. Tao has 10k, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, 2C is not too bad in this matchup. It's not something I'd recommend doing though, but yeah, you can just generally rely on like all your characters. It's not one of those matchups where it's like this air button is ridiculous to the point where it's like you're fucked. In terms of just fighting him in the air, Azrael does a very solid job of it. JB hits both sides, obviously. It's forget hitbox, it's a fucking hit sphere around him. It is a god move. Works like a charm. Yeah, just general air dashes. Yeah, just general air dashes, yeah. Like, Ragna's air dash is like standard. So yeah, just basically just use it for like air dashes. Don't do it for double jumps. Don't do it for double jumps because 2C, for whatever reason, that weird space in between like the rock. Can I show it off? I forget. No, not that. Okay, yeah, there we go. So like that weird space between the rock and Azrael, that's like a dead zone right there. Like they can literally land in between that dead zone and like fuck you up if they're doing like a double jump or whatever. So yeah, and obviously 2C has like 50 years of recovery, so there's that too on top of that. But yeah, overall, you should have no real issues anti-airing Ragna outside of like, you know, fuck his JC because it's so big. But yeah, generally speaking, Ragna can die in like 2 fucking hits, 2 or 3 hits. If you're, if you're he who is nice, right? If you're nice with it. Like just the basic, super basic, not even totally optimal. Especially when you drop it. Wow, I am really out of practice. This is why I was like, I'm not going to show combos on stream, because I'm going to drop them. PC port, well, not even PC port, but on console, right? Okay, there we go. Alright, we're going to pretend I hit that 60. But yeah, even like the basic fucking combo is still enough to melt him, so if you bait that DP, just end his life. Okay, there we go. I'm not that bad. I'm not that out of practice. Acknowledge Ragna 5B. Way ahead of you, dude. Way ahead of you, dude. Like, yeah, Ragna 5B is the GOAT. This is literally the button that has carried him throughout all his years in this game. Like, even now, this button is, like, keeping him from just being just strictly mediocre. But in terms of Ragna's damage himself, Ragna's damage is pretty average, I'd say. You say that, but not with my yeah. When Jin whips his DP, it's a crouch confirm, so yeah, he takes even more damage. But in terms of like Ragna's damage, it's pretty average. It's pretty whatever. Like it's around like the average confirm is gonna be like 3.7, low 4K. All right, I can't do Gauntlet Hades follow-ups. That's amazing. All right, we're gonna pretend I can do combos, right? Okay, there we go. Yeah, like the super basic unoptimal is just 3.7. The cool thing about this matchup for Ragna though is Nightmare Edge into this is a safe jump. It only works on Azrael, and I believe anybody else who has a DP as slow as Panzer, but I can't think of too many characters aside from 9, who I believe has the slowest DP in the game. Dante remaining one of the 3 Azrael players who does combos. Yeah, right. S is also pretty slow. Okay, so S as well, apparently. But yeah, fucking neutral jump Nightmare Edge in the corner. It's not safe jump other DPs. It's safe jumps Azrael because Azrael's DP is just, it's not great. It's not great to use on Wake Up. Unfortunately, but that's how it'd be with this character. That is how it'd be with this character. S's DP is kind of ass. Yeah. Anyways, aside from the fact that Ragna has like a guaranteed safe jump on Azrael, fucking this goes in general. But like post knockdown, you don't really want to fucking like backdash versus him because like he just does a safe jump into like regular 2A 5V pressure and it'll catch your backdash, and again, it'll catch your DP as well. Thankfully, Ragna pressure itself isn't the scariest thing in the world, like say, I don't know, Naoto's for example, where there's like a whole bunch of threat there. Like even if you get fucked out, you get countered or whatever with Ragna, it's not the end of the world. So yeah, don't... Chaotic does this sometimes, because he uses black magic or some shit. I don't know what he does, but he somehow is able to pull off backdash into the DP. I guess he's just built different or something. But generally speaking, you don't want to backdash while cornered, especially not against a character that can just easily stagger you, like Ragna. I do it for the Vine, exactly. Aside from that, in terms of Ragna's being too aggressive with you, you can fucking... I mean, 6A, right, has invul versus mids. Do I even bother setting this shit up? Just to, like, show it? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so 6A, mid invul fucking loses to lows, though, so... Ragna's going like run up 2B will fucking blow you up about it. But in terms of Ragna's being way too aggressive, trying to like, which is a thing they sometimes do, by the way. Ragna's being too aggressive and whatnot, just running up 5B. You can counterpoke them with 6A. That is an option. It's It's relative. I'd say it's relatively relevant, right? Because like Ragna's 5B, it's like his main poke. Aside from that, I guess we'll go over pressure a bit. Like Ragna pressure. I'm not the best at it, but I do have a basic understanding. And so like obviously you can Growler Dead Spike for sure. If you see it coming, you can IB it as well. IB makes it minus. You can also jump over it, and then when they dash forward, you can potentially clip them with like JV as you come down. Aside from that, there's also forced like cancel points, like 5D. He has to do like, well, he doesn't. You can do like 5D and just end it right there, right? But generally speaking, 5D is something you special cancel. Same with like 2D. So those are points where you should look out for like a Dead Spike or something. Just be ready for it. Obviously with Blood Scythe, you just anti-hero 6B for free, or Overdrive and 5B and kill him. That's also an option, of course. Aside from that, Ragna has like shit like 60 to throw bait you. It's plus as well when you cancel it properly. Yeah, and I opt for Gauntlet Hades, yeah. Gauntlet Hades, you block the first hit, crouch the second, and 2A. That is like a guaranteed punish. Unless they have RC. Or rather, I have meter 2 RC. But yeah, yes, other than that, yeah, just gotta be on the lookout for certain things. Don't let Ragna get away with this. Oh, see, even the AI knows to duck it, see? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Perfect. Aside from that, I guess 3C can be like jump camp. No one fucking does 3C anymore. Didn't know. Oh, see, there you go. There you go. We out here teaching people. Yeah, 3C is jump cancelable. 6C as well as jump cancelable, but you don't really see people do that too often in pressure. It's good to know. Doesn't it hit if you delay it pretty deep? No, not really. Yeah, no. Oh wow, yeah, even if you like do it super fast, but yeah, it still whiffs. Aside from that, I guess backdashing Ragna pressure like mid screen, definitely not a bad option. Like what he's gonna do, like 60 and like run up or whatever, run up 2A, stuff like that. You can generally backdash his pressure mid screen. Sometimes you have to be a bit careful for it because they can just, you know, do something like this and then run in 5B a little bit. So that is an option to look for, but generally speaking, backdashing Ragna pressure, it's not the worst idea in the world. Like his Azrael's backdash is strong, so you know, no reason not to use it. But he has, look, he has very big buttons, so sometimes it's one of those things where you can just get caught. Something to keep in mind. I guess aside from that, with 50 meter, you do have to look out for cross-up Inferno Divider. I'm like very bad, so I probably won't even be. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, cross-up Inferno Divider is always a thing to look out for when he has 50 meter. The good Ragna will definitely throw it out. Generally speaking, Ragna does just play lame and keeps Azrael like at a distance, so like, generally Ragna wants to play like around here, right? Around here, because at this point, you know, Gustav is relatively reactable. You're like within Gustav range, but you can quickly move out of it or jump it. The regular cross plus doesn't work on it either. The DP one probably does, depending on the DP. But no, the throw OS will definitely just get blown up. You just get whiff throw. But yeah, Ragna generally wants to play defensive around here. Around this range or so. Not just jumping around, whatever. Not doing 6A randomly, no, not at all. That was a misinput. But yeah, just keeping space here, whatever. And trying to check you. So generally as Azrael, if you're here, you want to like slowly walk your way, slowly inch your way in. You can use DP, obviously you can, oh not DP, fucking Gustav rather. You can use TK Gustav as well to close the gap, but you just have to be very, very patient with it. Like you don't want to just throw it out randomly and get fucking smoked because he did JC as he was landing and just caught you. But you generally want to play patient, slowly inch your way in. Because if Ragna wants to keep that range, he's going to have to keep backing off, and eventually he'll back himself into a corner. Whereas on the other hand, if Ragna's playing aggressive, I mean, again, we established that Ragna's air dash-ins aren't the best, so you can potentially anti-air him. And obviously 6A is a thing. If you don't want to take that risk, you can always just back off a bit and kind of just space with 5C. 5C doesn't have a hurt box at the very tip of it with the jacket, so it is a pretty solid option. A little bit on the slow end, of course, but it still works. But yeah, generally speaking, yeah, like I said, you just got to pick your spots. I guess knowing when those spots are comes down to just having game sense, which comes with experience, I suppose. But yeah. Just well-timed goose off and walking your opponent into the corner. Don't be like, oh, I gotta get in. You know, don't do that. Like that's just liable to just get you smacked. And again, like I said, fighting him in the air is not. Yeah, Azrael can definitely do it. It's not a bad idea at all either. So obviously, just the usual methods of approaching, like forward dash, jump, retain your air options. It gets too dicey, you back off, or you just go all the way the fuck in. All right, if you have that supreme confidence. But yeah, that's generally how it goes. I guess one last thing is Ragna 6A is pretty decent, but you can throw it off with like, J2C the GOAT, throw off the timing, and things like that. Although you do have to be careful when you special cancel, because if you're special, like if you're, what's it called? Like if you're like this, where Azrael's facing the wrong way when it lands, and you special cancel it, you'll goose up in the opposite direction. It fucking sucks. What if he just decided to turn off his brain and run in and gauntlet Hades? I mean, if he's just running in at you, again, like I said, you can just like back off a bit, let him whiff that shit and then kill him. Or if you're also just playing the patient game, you see him running in, you just 5C him. Like, just let him run into your buttons instead. Can he super jump air throw you though? Or does that have some... what do you mean? Well, like air throw him out of Gauntlet Hades or some shit? I've never done that. Oh, the J2C? I mean, yeah, I guess, but like let's say the Ragna's on like waiting around, waiting to anti-air you. Then he might not have that in mind. But yeah, I guess super jump air throw if like he fucking knows. If the Ragna has the immaculate read on you, and like, yeah, I guess it could potentially be a thing. But I feel like you'd have to do it so preemptively, because it's not like J2C is that slow. Right? So like you'd have to know. Granted, it's not the worst risk in the world, because even if you get hit by the J2C in the air, it's like there's no combo. Like, oh, I lost the exchange, whatever, I'll just wake up. It's not like, oh, wallahi, I lost the exchange, time to take 4K out of nowhere. Aside from that, yeah, I guess the final point would just be that Ragna versus Azrael, it's in Ragna's favor. It's like slightly in Ragna's favor. I used to think this matchup was way worse than what it was, just because fighting Ragna felt like ass. Like, it definitely felt worse than what it is, you know what I mean? But it's one of those things where it's a straightforward matchup, so once you know what to look out for, you know how to deal with it, and you just play patient, it's not nearly as bad as it might seem. You know what I'm saying? Ragna versus Jin. Oh boy, Jin. Jin. The bane of my existence. Oh boy. So take what I said about fucking... yeah, Jin slander. Take what I said about fucking like Ragna JC and like multiply that by times 10, because oh my god. Oh, Ragna versus Jin. Azrael versus Jin, rather. Although Ragna versus Jin is not fun for me either. But yeah, Azrael versus Jin. You're a Ragna player. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't be doing this guide. I shouldn't be doing this matchup review thing. Nah. I'm a Ragna player. I'm lying to all you Azrael players. Don't you gotta worry about Izanami? Oh yeah, I do. It's just that like Jin is like a personal bad matchup. But how does Bang handle Jin? Oh my god, we're gonna be doing this all night. But yeah, no, fucking Azrael versus Jin. I don't like it. Like JC, literal stop sign. J2C, good luck trying to anti-air this. Good luck with that one. JB is also pretty solid. JA, I don't really have too many issues dealing with his J. It's not remarkable. I guess it is decent, but like all his other air buttons are just ridiculous. Yeah, J2C is like a stupid ass cross up. It obliterates just a lot of anti-air attempts. I'd say this is one of those matchups where you do have to rely on your head and roll anti-airs like 6B and stuff. And 2C. Well, fuck no, not even 2C actually. Don't use 2C. Like you have to rely on 6B a lot. Not to say that 5A and 5B are unusable, but I mean you see the reach on these buttons, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just an average J. It's not that special. It's not like say Susan or Makoto. But anyways, with Jin, let's see. Again, it's a lot of the same with Ragna where you do have to play patient. It's a bit harder though because fucking again JC has so much more range. And on top of that, Jin has 3C, which actually low profiles 5C. And it low profiles fireballs as well. Funny enough. So that is something to look out for. You can't always rely on Azrael 5C in certain situations, because you will get blown up for it. In terms of like Jin zoning or whatever, it's not the worst thing ever. Like, the ice swords are easy enough to see coming, so you can just always growler them as long as you're on the ground. And Jin giving you a free, like, failing stock is like, you know, thanks asshole, right? So, zoning isn't that big of a problem, I guess, unless, you know, catches you in the air. But overall, you don't have to really deal with, like, Jin zoning. It's more so just his stop sign normals are pretty annoying. There's, like, interesting things, like fucking, what's it called? Like Jin Snowflake. Hold on. Because I believe I have the dummy set to like block. There we go. It's like when Jin does like Snowflake, okay, alright, counter hit. But yeah, when Jin does Snowflake Oki, it's so active, Azrael has to like growler it twice. Like doing one growler, you go through the entire absorb animation, it's still there. So you have to do like a frame perfect second growler input, or else you'll just have to like block that. It fucking sucks. That's just one of those like random things about Jin. Yeah, Snowflake is definitely like the literal stop sign. Like you're not doing anything when that shit is up. But yeah, on Oki it can be pretty annoying. Generally, Jin just relies on like 3C, 5C, and then like low to the ground JC to like keep you out. Aside from that, just general Jin advice, I guess, is to look out. Is Azrael's DP slow enough to not hit it? Pretty sure you can DP that setup. Oh, like Jin, what, Jin like 3C Snowflake? Can Jin not block after the Snowflake? Pretty sure he has time to block, potentially, right? If you can DP it, then that's pretty good. It has like 50 frames of recovery. It's massive. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure, actually. Because I haven't like forced to block Jin Snowflake. I don't remember if I DP'd it or not. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know what's going on right now. Oh, well, that was one point that I was going to get into eventually. But yeah, I guess you might have to DP that question mark. Not too sure. Three Snowflake tried to DP it. We can make the attempt. All right. Oh, hold on. Yeah, Azrael's DP is very slow is the thing. Up. Silly me. Alright, let's see. Amazing. Exposing how bad I am. Yeah, Zoki, I'm trying my best to DP it. Yeah, I can't wake up DP. You're forced to Growler? Okay. Okay, hold on. Why can I not DP this? What? I'm not that bad. I swear. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, see, I knew I wasn't crazy. Yeah, there we go. Alright, alright, alright. I knew there was a reason I mentioned that specifically. Yeah, I'm not crazy. I'm bad. I'm bad, but I'm not crazy. Yeah, well, that makes sense, because Naoto's DP is fast. But yeah, oh, what's good, dude? I just saw you just pulled up. But yeah, anyways. Aside from having to deal with Snowflake Oki and our DP being, you know, dick on the ground garbage, as per usual, you have to Growler it twice. Generally speaking, during, like, Jin combos, whatever, Jins will sometimes try to, like, freeze reset you. You know, standard shit, right? Snowflake. Or Snowflake into, like, cross unders while you're in the air. Or, like, they freeze you into the classic unblockable 6A, stuff like that. Fake throw, purple throw, things of that nature. So when you get frozen, you have to look out for what Jin is doing specifically as best you can. In terms of, like, freeze resets. Like Chaotic mentioned, generally once Jin 3Cs, he can't really do anything aside from, like, Snowflake to try to make himself safe, but I'm pretty sure that just has a gap, so you can just Growler that for free. Especially when it's spaced like that, yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure, when you're spaced like that, definitely has a gap. Yeah, and, like, Jin doesn't really have any other cancel options, like, what, this? Oh, you can even do 5D? Oh, wow. Oh, so yeah, there you go. I mean, obviously, if the Jin is, like, you know, Giga Brain, right? He'll just do, like, 3C into nothing. You try to Growl, and he just runs up and punishes you. But yeah, generally speaking, Jin, it's a bit awkward for him to end pressure strings because of the existence of Growler. And again, Growler indicates his zoning pretty easily. So there is that. Obviously, all of his, like, ice moves can all be Growler. 6D, 5D, all that shit. 2D, you only really see 2D, obviously, if they're, like, spaced perfectly like that. You're probably not going to be fucking Growlering 2D, unless you just have the God Read. 2C, Jin 2C is pretty strong against double jumps. So, you know, the standard, you know, attempt of doing this to try to throw off, like, timing, that's not exactly going to work versus Jin 2C, at least not often. But generally, Jin likes to anti with, like, 2A and, you know, Hibiki once in a blue moon. But generally, 2A is, like, the go-to anti-air because it, like, low profiles, like, jump-ins usually. It's pretty good for that. It's up there with Tager. If I recall correctly, Tager's 2A is also really good at doing the same thing. But yeah, you can't really use J2C all that often in this matchup. Aside from that, let's see, we covered, you know, 5C. Yeah, Jin just relies on 5C and lower the ground JC to keep Azrael away. J2C is a stupid air button. Snowflake's super active. Ice Sword zoning is negated. Again, same as Ragna, it's a straightforward matchup. You just gotta, like, walk into the corner and time your Gustav as you approach. And like I said, Jin 3C can go under Phalanx and 5C in certain situations. I guess the best tell I can give you for when Jin is going to throw out, like, 6A is usually you look at his meter. Like, if he's close to 50 meter, or if he already has the 50 meter, you got to be on the lookout for the 6A since he needs the meter to convert it, obviously. That will kind of help you, but it's still pretty tough to react to. Even at close range, I guess in the air. Jin, again, he has JA, he has JB, which is pretty good, so yeah. It's a bit rough fighting Jin in the air. It's still possible, but it's not one of those things where you just have the clear fucking advantage, you know what I'm saying? Aside from that, Jin, because of his 3C low profile, I don't remember the exact input, but essentially Jin can do something like 2A into 3C on your wake up, and it'll force your DP to whiff every single time. And it also catches your backdash mid-screen, I believe, because 3C just has that much fucking range. You're not covering the OD reset? What overdrive reset? You're like throwing me off here. But yeah, basically, as per usual, you cannot do Azrael DP on wake up. And again, backdash is also, you know, it can be rough. You can reset you in overdrive, same with like normal. Yeah. You can also, yeah. Yeah, generally fucking. I wasn't gonna mention that, but I guess it's good that you brought it up. Is that yeah? When Jin is in overdrive, pretty much all his buttons freeze you at least once, like the sword normals at least. So you can potentially go for resets there, but because he's in overdrive, you can actually just mash burst, because obviously you can't burst overdrive combos. So just by mashing on burst while he has overdrive, the second there's a gap in his like string or if you have to reset you, you'll automatically go into overdrive yourself and potentially see what he's about to do. So that is a decent option, although I don't know how relevant it is, but it's good to know. That is a pretty solid point. I actually like that you brought that up, Lou. But yeah, like I said, going back to 3C, yeah, it fucks up a lot of our options on wake up, so you do have to kind of respect them a bit on wake up. Even mid-screen. So it's not like Ragna where it's like you have some leeway where you can like backdash things like that. With this guy, none of that. I'd say it's a bit, it's around the same ballpark as like Azrael versus Ragna, but it's a bit harder. Just because of the way Jin is, the way his buttons work, and just how solid, you know, this character is. But aside from that, I think that about covers it. Again, it's a straightforward matchup. It's literally just don't fucking rush in blindly like an idiot, right? Is rushing in blind all you can do? But yeah, just gotta be careful. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I really want to cover with Jin, unless Blue has like something else to add. But yeah, like I said, you're gonna be hearing that a lot throughout this this stream. Again, just be careful, pick your spots. The goal of this is to potentially help out some beginners and maybe have a tip or two for more advanced players that might help them out a bit. Yeah, the thing is, it's for like those straightforward matchups, there's really not much you can really say. It's literally just don't be an idiot. Alright. So we're gonna do Terumi, and I think I have 9 next. No, I have Hibiki, Kagura, Naoto. Oh, okay, I have 9. Okay, 9's not a little bit later. Alright, 9 will be fun to talk about. This matchup is low. Yeah. Alright, so I think this is the first matchup I'd say Azrael just straight up wins. Yep, it is the first matchup we're covering that Azrael wins. Is it just jokes? There is some redeeming qualities for Terumi, but overall, Azrael checks him. Yup, next matchup, please. Alright. But, anyways, here we go. Alright, so Terumi. God, this character sucks. He can rob you, as per usual. But yeah, we'll get into that. I don't know if DGF is still here or not. He was here for like 2 seconds. he can, I guess, not collaborate, but like, I guess verify what I'm saying, since he is basically the best Terumi NA. Shoutouts to DGF, by the way. But yeah, Terumi, right, his main poke, 5D. This shit is bad. This shit is ass, bro. The hurt box, like Terumi's hurt box, gets extended before the move even comes out. Oh yeah, so tension is bad. Yeah. Yeah, so tension is bad. Oh, you didn't know that, Teaser? Yeah, this move sucks. This is like his main fucking poke. It's not even good. Also, if you're like at max range... Oh, look at that. Y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw that. It hit me, but it whiffed. Look at that. Look at that. The green is literally touching Azrael. This move is so trash. It's literally touching Azrael, and it's still whiffing. Look at this. This is your goat. This is your goat. Okay. Oh, and there's that, by the way. So, like, you can't even confirm this shit properly half the time. Like, look at that. Look at that. You can't even confirm it right. So, like, you have to, like, be a god and be like this. And if they block 6C, you're dead. Oh my god, this character fucking sucks, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, DGF. You know, you're a real one for playing this character. You're the only Terumi. You're the only. What's the shit that Doxia says? You're the only socially acceptable Terumi player. Absolutely. Oh, I know what's going on, dude. Appreciate Hyena too, although generally you play like a million characters. But yeah, Terumi sucks. 5D fucking sucks. One thing I will say is that there was a typo here for this. What the fuck was I trying to say? Okay. So basically, generally I'm like freestyling this, but I do have my phone out with some bullet points of things that I do want to cover for certain matchups. Here I have this random typo. I have no idea what I was trying to say here, but oh well. But anyways, aside from 5D being trash, one thing that Terumi does have going for him is that he's very fast. He's very fast. So that's like one of the main redeeming things about him, is that he can shmove in on you. He can shmove in on you. You can do like run up 2B, run up 5D, even though that shit is ass, and so on. Like run up 5B. Like he can run circles around Azrael in terms of movement speed. So he does have that going for him, so that's one thing you do have to watch out for. Also his 5A. Have you seen the hitbox on 5D? We saw it. We saw it, alright. Yes, you can duck Terumi's counter assault. Yeah, because Terumi's counter assault is his anti-air for some godforsaken reason. And yeah, you can just duck it. It'll straight up whiff on crouchers just like the actual move. Yeah, it just hits upward. They could have made it as 5B like Hazama, but I guess they thought that Terumi having a functioning counter assault would be too good. So yeah, generally don't do it. Don't counter assault. You're scared, just Sotenjin. Although I don't think Sotenjin is all that great either. Let me double check something. Oh, whoops. Okay, yeah, you can. Yeah, it doesn't really hit from behind all that well. I've seen it hit behind before, but that's more so because of Azrael's like lingering hurt box when he forward dashes. But generally speaking, yeah, that's a thing. That is a thing. He is very meter reliant to the point where a lot of his tools are locked behind meter. And unlike other characters where their like tools are locked behind certain resources, he can't force it. Like it's not like his overdrive just gives him free meter, like say Hakumen for example, right? So he's one of those characters where you can technically deny his win condition. Look at the link. Hold on, give me a sec. Oh, yeah, we mentioned that already, yeah. Yeah, 5D, yeah, it extends his hurt box before the move comes out, yeah. We mentioned that. Yeah, it's all good, don't worry about it. But yeah, so Tenjin, it's decent overall, but again, it technically doesn't hit from behind, so it can backfire in certain situations. But let's see. Aside from that, Terumi's really good at like darting in and out of Gustav range, so like around here, he's like really good at doing this. JD is a pretty annoying move to like anti-air and just hit in general. I'm pretty sure it clashes with like 2C. I'm like 90% sure that's a thing. Oh. Oh, there you go. There you go. But yeah, JD is a good move. You don't really get too much damage off of it or anything like that, but it is a very solid, just annoying button. Hey, Hectic, what's going on? The blue is blazing? Yeah, we're going over Azrael matchups, talking about Terumi. But yeah, Terumi, as you guys are seeing, he's a very mediocre character. His main appeal is being able to like do a ton of damage when he pops overdrive, when he robs you, essentially. But anyways, aside from that, he does have good frame traps though. I will say that. Like, his frame traps are pretty solid. Like, he is essentially one of those like stagger pressure characters or whatever. Like 5B is plus, 6B is plus, 2D is plus, but you can growler that on reaction. Yes! Yes, he robs you of your meter. Yes, in overdrive he can just straight up rob you of your meter. Yeah, as you can see on Azrael's side. Yeah, just blocking 5D just saps your meter away. Also, one interesting thing that a lot of people don't know is that blocking, what's it called? Blocking Terumi's drive, unlike any other move, does not give you any meter at all. Yeah, also on block, yes. Oh, I'm trolling. I'm looking at it's fucking HP gauge. Silly me. But yeah, blocking Terumi's drive, I'm like 99% sure does not give you any meter. But just to double check real quick. Just to make sure I'm not lying to the masses here. Right. That's what I did 2B right there. I think Snake Bite doesn't count, but yeah, generally like if you block like 5D and things like that, you don't get meter, or like J2D. Yeah, blocking getting hit by drives do not build meter, yeah. You can press R2 and L2 to decrease the increment by... Oh, you can? Didn't even know that. I believe Terumi can fucking low profile your DP with like space 2B. Yeah, I'll get into J2D, yeah. But yeah, I'm like 90% sure if you like space 3C, or space 2B rather, you should be able to like low profile Azrael's DP, no problem. Space 3C is not really going to come up too often, but space 2B might. Yeah. That's what it feels like seeing a boomer in action. Look, I am a boomer. I am absolutely a Blaze boomer. But, yeah. That's one of the things you can do. Yeah, like I mentioned, his pressure is overall solid. The one thing about his pressure, though, is that it does lose to, instant block barrier. He's one of those characters that just has one of those glaring flaws where if you're nice with it on defense, you can generally push him out and you can't really do anything about it. It's kind of the same thing with Azrael to an extent, where Azrael can't really deal with like instant block barrier all that well. Same thing with Terumi. 2B is -8. Yeah. He also has 40. 40 is surprisingly enough. I really hope I can show this. I really hope I can show this. I should be able to. It's not that fucking hard to do. But, I'd have to switch it up a bit. Hold on. There's way more trouble than it's worth, but fuck it. But basically, 4D is like godlike at checking Azrael Gustav. Hard to use in a match most of the time. Yeah, to an extent. Let me see if I can show this off. There you go. That was easier than I thought it'd be. Yeah, 4D, if you're go with it, you should be able to, like... just do that. Into whatever fucking combo. Requires a bit of reading, yeah. I mean, that's what generally why you want to be at... Like, just in general, how you fight Azrael is you want to be at, like, 3/4 of the screen away. Because that gives you a lot more leeway to react to things like Gustav and how he approaches. You do have to somewhat read him, though, like you said. But yeah, you can 4D it. You can 4D Gustav pretty easily. It's one of the, I guess, better moves to, like, deal with Gustav. Why is that a disjoint? I wish I could tell you. Generally speaking, though, with Terumi, his damage is actually low on average. Relatively. Like, his regular B&Bs aren't really doing that much. They're not killing you. Yes, I was getting into that. I've actually done that before. I'm pretty sure did I do that to you, actually? I know I did it to some Terumi player. Whatever. Point being, Terumi does have certain moves that have a fair amount of recovery. Anyways, what the fuck was I saying? Right, low average damage. Yeah, as B&Bs don't really do that much. Generally speaking, Terumi players, they want to hold on to their burst, because once they have their burst and they get a solid hit with resources, that's when you hear the, you know, you get hit by the 7 to 8k, you know, you get Twitter clips, right? His best start is like his riskiest tool, yeah, like 6C and shit, right? But yeah. Generally speaking, you want to see if you can force Terumi to burst. That's kind of easier said than done. It's more so just as the match progresses, you get a very solid hit that's going to do like a shitload of damage, like say 5C starter, right? I somehow got PC ported while being on console, immaculate. But yeah, like that's 4.5, that's pretty solid overall. But yeah, you generally want to, like, if you can, maximize your damage and show the threat, right? Show that you have your, like, optimal combos, and that you will nuke him, which in turn will make Terumi more likely to try to burst, because again, he doesn't want to take that damage. You know what I mean? Skill issue, a little bit. Generally speaking, when Terumi has 50 meter, Terumis love doing 6C, right? 6C a neutral, baby. That's 6C, give me 6C or give me death. That's generally what they love to do with 50 meter, right? I guess you do have to be on the lookout for that a little bit. His command grab sucks. Like, I've gotten smoked by this, don't get me wrong, but like, it fucking sucks. Like, it has tons of recovery frames. You just jump it, overdrive it, things of that nature. J2D, they keep changing J2D. At one point it was an overhead, at one point it was plus, then it wasn't. How fast is 6C even? I don't know exact frame data, but it's pretty, it's relatively, you know, alright. It's plus now and not an overhead. Okay. So you can still just block low versus him. But yeah, it is plus, so you do have to hold that a little bit. It's one of his better pressure tools, I suppose. Hits on the 22nd frame on crouching opponents, right? Let's see. Aside from that, 6C Anti-Air is the GOAT. You do not want to fuck with this. Like, I almost want to like discourage Azrael players from being in the air versus Terumi just because 6C or 6C 6A. You're right. My apologies. 6A alone. His anti-air is very good. Also, he has 5A, which is really good. 5C is massive. Like, it's way bigger than you think this shit is. Like, it's actually ridiculous. And 5C is like a very, very high damage starter, depending on the situation. So, yeah, you gotta be on the lookout for his anti-airs. They're all very strong. Aside from that, it's like Epic mentioned earlier, you can overdrive his 5C if you know it's coming. Also, one like cute thing that Terumi can do is that. So if you block like the first hit of 5C, just be aware that yeah, you can do that. And do little gimmicks like that. What fucking else can he do, right? He can do that too, little gimmicky cross unders. But yeah, he has gimmicks like that, which a lot of Terumi players are not above doing. Because that's the thing, this character, he's sort of a comeback character that sort of relies on gimmicks. You can definitely play him solid, but it's just he struggles a lot, you know what I'm saying? But he has things here and there that will knowledge check you. It's the same with like his stomp resets in the corner. That was like the classic CP mix or whatever. You do whatever corner B and B, and then you like do stomps and you make them tech into the stomps and then kill them. Yes, his command overhead, yes, it is one of the craziest overheads I've seen. It is what? Yeah, there we go. This shit, hold on. Okay, look at that. Look at that. The overhead hits you before the snake part does. So it's a very deceptive overhead. You're not blocking this. I'm sorry. You're getting smoked by this. Yeah, it has less recovery, and the thing with like Jin overhead is that the animation makes sense. This does not make sense. Like, as you can see, it fucking hits you before the snake part comes out, so it's very hard to see coming. You can't rely on the visual cue of the snake. Of the snake thing. Snake energy? Whatever the fuck that is. You have to be looking at Terumi, basically. And it's hard to see coming, because Terumi's are just really good at sneaking that in. So yeah. You just gotta have that read. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough blocking that. And I'd say Terumi gets solid damage off of it. I'd say. Yeah, you need meter for it, of course, but that's Terumi for you. You need meter for everything. Aside from that, I'm pretty sure you can like 4D and then do it on like block, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, obviously. 5C also jump cancelable. I remember 5Bs used to be jump cancelable back in like Continuum Shift. Yeah, I guess you do have to be on the lookout for that, I suppose. It's a mid starter with Hyperation. Yeah, you do kick super after the overhead. With the kick supers, there's like the high and low version. Yeah. They have basically the same startup. Just DP them. I think there is a way to set it up so it's like a true block string, but you can just overdrive raid that, I believe. Yeah, and even if you get hit, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I believe you can just DP during the super flash. Yeah. Unless there's a way that I don't know of off the top of my head where they can set it up to be a true block string so you can't DP it. But as far as I know, I don't think there's a way to set that up. That's practical anyway. And yeah, the low one, Yeah, it's a bad mix-up regardless. Yeah, because the low one, you need 50 meter to, like, convert off that, and the overhead one, you only really combo off of it in the corner, I believe. So it's, like, whatever. And even then, the combo's not going to be that great. The low one is for trolling, yeah. Aside from 6B throw baits, and his very plus, and fatal, so when you're fighting this character, you do want to throw S sometimes, or just react to the throw. You don't want to be like, oh, you know, let me get throw bait and then just die real quick. You know what I'm saying? And obviously he has the 6B feint option into throw itself to also just mess with your head. So yeah, 6B is, it's DPable, yeah. It's not like crazy or anything, but it is an option to look out for. I don't think so. We can test that out real quick. Yeah, not really. Yeah, I figured. Let's see. Oh, right. One thing that, what's his face, this character can do is he can fuzzy you, actually. I don't think I can pull it off. Oh, never mind, I just did it. Well, there you go. He can do that. He can fuzzy you. Azrael's a tall character, so yeah, it makes sense. That is a thing you have to look out for. So when he does like a little jump cancel or whatever, right? He does this. Make sure you are blocking high for a split second more. If only because that is an option that is on the table. Yeah, it's character specific. It's one of those things that Terumi just has in this matchup. He doesn't need 50 meter to convert it into that super, into whatever fucking combo. But yeah, it is an option. DGF has fuzzied me before. He's got it like that. So you have to be mindful of his jump-ins. Like I said, his range isn't all that great in terms of like his pokes. Again, all he has is 5D, right? So you can sort of use 3C in this matchup a little bit. It's not the end of the world. You have to space it every single fucking time, don't get me wrong. But yeah, you can 3C sometimes. It's not that bad. Because like at that range, what is he doing, right? So yeah, if you space 3C properly, it can be of some use in this matchup. It's not too bad. And you can sometimes catch him, because again, he might try to do like run up 2B or some shit, right? So it's not too bad. Terumi does have a counter, yeah. What the fuck was his counter input? What? I could have sworn it was this, but it isn't. Well, anyways, he has a counter. It's fucking trash. Oh, there we go. Of course. Oh, 6C does trigger it. Oh, okay. Ah, yeah. Alright, so this move does not trigger on airborne moves, so I'm very surprised that 6C actually triggers it. Yeah, it's only mids. Nah. So you can do this if you're like funny with it. Yeah, not airborne. So like, Ragna can just gauntlet haze right through it. It's hilarious. But yeah, apparently 6C fucking triggers it. But yeah, generally speaking, just do, you know, whatever the fuck, right? Pretend I didn't drop that combo. Ragna can also DP it, yeah. Generally speaking, you can wait for the entire thing to play out, and then when he taunts, you kill him. Also, to be funny, you can just do this. Actually, hold on. I wonder, does my taunt trigger that? Just for... hold on. Ah, it does. Oh, wait, hold on. I can do that. Don't do that. Don't specifically do that, but just, it's funny. You can like taunt, you can like forward dash taunt, or drive cancel it, and then do whatever the fuck. That is an option. I'm actually kind of nice at Yu-Gi-Oh! Sky Strikers with Light Sworn. Yeah, you could goose stop into like an astral combo or something to like disrespect them for trying to disrespect you, right? But yeah, my man's Edge over here playing Light Sworn, Sack Sworn, right? Just sacked his way to victory. Luck sacked for the win. But yeah, aside from that, that's basically everything I really want to cover, I feel. Turning pressure loses to instant block barrier, you look out for his jump cancels, you can growler his 2D, you have to watch out for the fuzzy, don't get throw baited by 6B. He is really good at dealing with 4D, so you gotta watch your goose stuff attempts. His what's it called? His DP sucks, his counter sucks, like I said. 5D sucks, 3C is usable, 5C is also very good in this matchup. Just gotta watch out for his speed, really, that's about it. Oh, and if you can, try to force him to use burst. Also be very careful of approaching him in the air, you will get fucking anti-aired. And that's basically it, it's another straightforward matchup. Yeah, he's just bad, Azrael wins. Yeah, that about covers it. Alright, so Hibiki. Yeah, just don't get Twitter clipped. Don't get Twitter clipped. Oh yeah, and obviously don't DP on Wake Up, but that's like par for the course, right? Fucking Azrael DP sucks. Alright. So Hibiki. Hibiki is a bit more of a it's a matchup that's a bit closer to even. You could, I hate you, Caesar. I hate you. You could argue, maybe, that Azrael wins. You could maybe make the argument for that. I don't recall off the top of my head what me and Chaotic agreed on. I'm pretty sure Chaotic isn't even here right now, which is fine, I guess. But yeah, it's one of those matches that's close to even. You could argue that it's in Hibiki's favor, if only because he can match Azrael damage in specific situations. He has the movement speed, he has the, what's called the buttons, I guess, sort of. But yeah, overall this matchup, it's straightforward, same as the rest. It's relatively easy to deal with. Don't get a Zuna reset? Yeah, he's one of those characters where you don't want to tech them in the air, like ever. You attack him in the air, you get command grab, scooped, RC, overdrive until like 5k. Anyways. Hibiki 2B, I'm like 90% sure this shit low profiles. Azrael 5C, his 3C also. Low profiles are shit. He for sure can like 2B you at point blank range. It's awful. Alright, hold on. Let me see if I can show it off real quick. Just to like have a visual for you guys. I think I fucked up the timing on that. Hold on. Okay, that seems good enough. Oh, that actually hit. I know for sure Hibiki can like low profile RDP with 2B though. Probably because I'm like right on, and you know, right on like Azrael's fucking like face. Yeah, he for sure can. He for sure can. I'm just fucking it up right here. I'm just fucking it up right here. Ignore that. Don't DP versus Hibiki. Also don't backdash because stuff like because he can do like 2B, right, and 2BB. That'll catch backdash attempts, generally speaking, in the corner. Like he's a stagger pressure character, so yeah, and he can do things on whiff, like 5B, 5BB, so yeah, 2B, 2BB, so yeah, he can do stuff on whiff, so yeah. Generally speaking, you don't want to backdash him because he'll just do the follow-up and cook you. Unless you're chaotic, yeah, unless you're chaotic, you're built different, and you just fucking backdash TP in the corner. Aside from that, real quick, hold on. Yeah, that's the thing. DP into instant overhead. That is the thing you have to look out for, generally speaking, when he has 50 meter. Hibiki's favorite jump in is JC. That should extend his hurtbox. 6A, catch backdash? The knife throw? I mean, not really. I'm pretty sure you could just backdash. It's not multi-hitting. But, fucking... yeah, so like, he can go under 5C, so this is one of those matches where you do want to use 3C. 3C, though, isn't the best option, because he does have some decent-ish range. So, like... yeah, you want to be immaculate if you're spacing a 3C, because you can potentially get punished. But it's something you have to rely on, because this matchup is just one of those matchups that are a bit awkward. You know what I'm saying? One thing that, like, pisses me off to, like, no end is this. Oh, why are you blocking? It's this. Yep. You cannot combo 6C and 5A on him. For whatever godforsaken reason, it's just not a thing. Because of his whack-ass hurtbox. So, you miss out on damage. Yeah, he's too skinny, he's too much of a twink. You can't combo on him properly sometimes. It is depressing, because generally speaking, you do miss out on a solid amount of damage, especially in the corner. Clones, right. Clones do not get, like, mind-fucked by clones. They're pretty easy to deal with. Like, literally... okay, hold on, I'm bad. Why am I bad? There we go. Just 5A them. You have to use meter to confirm 5C, 6C fatal. Unless he's crouching. I'm crouching just do it normally. I'm like 90% sure. Yeah. On standing though, you're gonna have to actually, you know. Okay, there you go. Timing's a bit tight. You could also do like air dash JC shit though, I'm just bad. But yeah, clones can be 5-8 on reaction. You don't have to worry about them. JC, it's his favorite fucking jump in. It's not as good as Hibiki players think. It extends his hurtbox a fair amount, so you can like anti-air him from behind with it. Oh, let me see if I can show that actually, hold on. Alright, timing wise it'll probably be annoying to set that up, but generally speaking you're gonna have to take my word on it that his JC extends his hurtbox. It's not that great. It's good, but it's not great. Aside from that, yeah, like I said, 3C is somewhat advised here. His cross-ups. Okay, there we go. That's the cross-up. So, let's see here. Block everything, so... like what a standard string would be like this. Okay, there you go. Let me turn on... yeah, there we go. Hold on. Right. Whoops. There you go. Yeah, easy enough to deal with. Literally just cross up OS. Like you hold down barrier. And there you go. Whoops. Why am I doing it wrong? That's not supposed to happen. Yeah, there you go. Ignore the accidental growlers there, but that's generally what you can do. Just cross up DPOS at every time. That's not a mix-up you should get hit with ever. It's also easy enough to react to even if you can't do that. Like you just overdrive it. It's not that bad. And then he dies. Easy enough to deal with. He's a fast character though with like really solid pokes though. Like fucking, you get hit by like 5C, 3C into overdrive, you're taking like 5k. Like, Hibiki is one of those characters where he randomly hits like a truck. I don't know why. I don't know why they gave him damage, but yeah. You get like this, this, into this, you're taking damage. Aside from that, that's generally it. Oh. I believe it's his, what? Yeah, okay, it's his like 4B, it's 4B overhead. Alright, so... yeah, because of the follow-up, you can't really overdrive it. Like, you overdrive it and he's just... the follow-up will hit you, or he'll generally just be safe. So, yeah, it's one of those things that sucks. Like, some characters, or in some matchups, they have like high committal overheads, where it's like, you overdrive that shit, you're in the money. This character, yeah, not really. Not really. You gotta have to hold that. Yeah, you gotta EA it, which is awful because, as we all know, Azrael's EA is basura. Look at that positioning. Like, what the fuck do I do here? What's my Oki? It was bad. He does have an air counter. It's not really all that relevant, to be real with you. Like, it's an air counter. It technically fatals, but I'm pretty sure he needs meter to convert off of it. And he does have his dive kick. What the fuck is the input for it? Well, whatever. He has a dive kick. It's not nearly as good as Azrael's. He also doesn't get a combo off of it, and doesn't really stall his momentum in the air. It just like sends him straight down. It's not all that great, but it is something you have to look out for, I suppose. It is basically a Guilty Gear Strive EA, literally. But yeah, again, this is one of those matchups where it's a Shoto character. Well, that's the thing. All the characters I've reviewed so far, they're all Shotos. This is taking longer than I thought it would. We might be here for fucking hours on end. But yeah, it's Shoto characters, straightforward. Walk up to the corner, pick your spot. 6C is usable in this matchup, actually. Well, that's something I guess I haven't really mentioned too much for the other matchups. But yeah, 6C, they're generally usable in these matchups. It's not one of those things where you can't fucking use it. Like, there's some matchups where it's like, no, don't do this. But 6C is generally decent versus him. At catching, like, jump start up and stuff like that. And using it as a preemptive anti-air. That's pretty much it. That's all I want to really cover. I do want to try to, like, move things along since, again, or like an hour and a half in. Oh yeah, where the fuck is Kagura? Alright, so Kagura, this character sucks. This is not a character where it's like you win. You just flat out win versus him. It's randomly debated though by Kagura players. They have this weird faith in this character, even though this character sucks. The only thing you really have to worry about is JC. To be real true, like JC, 6B. Don't get me wrong, 6B is good. 6B is good. Look, it's a decent poke. 6B, JC, that's kind of it. And his DPs, of course, but fucking... his DP with Involt does not hit from behind. Like, at any point, you just forward dash it and it'll completely whiff. Like, Gustav forward dash, that shit whiffs. It's pretty bad. His anti-air, on the other hand, his anti-air DP, it's a bit harder to deal with. It's generally hard to punish. It's basically safe if you block it in the air. Block it on the ground, Azrael's normals are usually too stubby to really get to him. He's a slow character, as you can see. Like, look at this. Generally not fast. Although his backdash is one of the best in the game. They can literally backdash phalanx if he times it right. Like, it's super good. Definitely one of the more underrated backdashes in the game. In terms of his Fireball Loki, you literally negate it. He's one of those characters where, even though he relies on projectile Oki, he doesn't have a way to play around Growler. Like other characters down this list, they have options. They can meter you with 2A or things of that nature. They basically can, or they can rely on different Oki setups, things like that, to cover most, if not all, your options. But with Kagura, his Oki is not great without Fireball, and he kind of only has Fireball. Obviously, you could just not use the Fireball or whatever, but still, it's not the best. He'd have stuff like 5v meaty in the corner, things like that. He does have some options, they're just not amazing, you know what I'm saying? And fireballs are like a big part of his game, which you just negate easily. Generally speaking, with Kagura, fucking Kagura players will like fireball, and then try to like wyvern behind it to catch you. You just kind of have to pay attention to what fucking Kagura is doing. Wyvern at neutral is not good, you can overdrive it on reaction. For sure. And if it whiffs, you know, he's fucked. What characters have we gone over so far? I have gone over Ragna, Jin, Terumi, Hibiki. And I think that's it. We're actually progressing slower than I thought. We're gonna get to Bang and... we'll get to Bang and we're gonna like laugh at certain Bang players' opinions on that matchups. But yeah, we're trying to like speed things along here, since it's actually taking way longer than I thought I would. But yeah, in terms of this character, he can kind of hang back, trying to like smack you around with JC and things like that, to like stop you from doing reckless goose stuff. So you can't get too crazy with him. But this is one of those matches where you can just play. You can play aggressively if you want to. It's not too bad. Get to Bang and call it a night. You guys are not entertained, apparently. But yeah, aside from that, stance pressure, it's not that great. It's generally easy to backdash out of because of the gaps in it, but even if you don't want to do that, you do have overdrive on the table. Then you can use overdrive defensively to make it whiff. And generally punish him for like a lot of stuff he does in terms of stance mix. Stance mix is not particularly strong. I don't play Azrael, so I just have the stream on the background. Yeah, that's the thing. Again, I'm doing this just to have it on my channel and just to help out the Azrael Discord, other Azrael players. Normally I wouldn't have done this, but the guy hit like, what, 10k views? Something like that? So figured, you know, might as well have more educational Azrael content. You're waiting for your character to be on screen. Wait, what? Do you mean Tsubaki? Yeah, what? He threw me the fuck off on that one. Well, I already did Jin. But yeah, aside from that, his 5A is pretty strong at just anti-airing. Oh, you mean Mai? Oh. Yeah, Mai is going to be a bit of a controversial one. Well, if you're in the know, it's not controversial, but for the general public, it might be. But yeah, in terms of like meeting him in the air, his J is pretty solid, and like I said, his 5A is good. He has obviously his anti-air DP, so you kind of want to stay grounded versus Kagura, generally speaking. Obviously, because you want to also threaten with Growler, of course, whenever he throws out the fireballs and stuff like that. But yeah, just getting on him is not that difficult, to be honest with you. This is a matchup where I'd argue it's heavily in Azrael's favor. Although, again, Kagura players, they have faith in this character. They swear it's, like, closer to even and things like that. But that shit is cap. That shit is omega cap. Because, again, all you have to worry about is really just his DP and his damage. I mean, in terms of damage, he's still not out-damaging you. And in terms of, like, his DP, it doesn't hit from behind. So, like, it's Kagura. Like, he's a bad character, I'm sorry. Although I will say, there is an OS that Kagura has with his stances, where he's able to, it's something shit involving like 5B, I believe. 5B into like the stance move that has like mid-invul, and it basically it chases your backdash and invuls through your DP. I don't know the input for it exactly, well that is something you do have to look out for. But aside from that, yeah, that's about it. To my knowledge, I don't really think he has too many options to low profile your DP. It's still not a good option, as I've gone over a bunch of times, but DPing on him on wake up is not like the worst. It's not something where it's like, okay, you're never gonna do this. You know what I mean? It's something you could maybe throw on the table every so often. You know what I'm saying? But aside from that, no, I think we're good. I guess, because this is eventually gonna happen, right? You're gonna eventually absorb a fireball of Growler. Aren't there Kagura players in the chat? Yeah, there's, I believe, Reborn. Serpent's not here yet. He'll probably show up later. He doesn't really need to low profile anyway. Yeah, again, because he has that OS that I'm talking about, so there's that. But yeah, anyways, you're eventually going to fucking absorb a fireball. Generally when you do it, depending on what the Kagura is doing, you may want to either fire it back immediately, or just keep onto it for the mind game. Me and Chaotic, we generally are of the mind where you want to keep it for the mind game. Oh, you can just LS it normally then? Okay. Okay, so there you go. You can just LS it normally. But I believe it doesn't make Panzer whiff, so, you know, you really gotta get the fuck out of the corner for whatever reason. Yeah, you just spend the meter on that. But yeah, in terms of phalanx, you definitely want to keep it for the mind game. It can potentially bait Kagura into being super reckless and like preemptively wyverning or something stupid like that. And just in general, it's a good option. That about covers Kagura, yeah. Just he's a high damage character, but he has high recovery, which you can use to your advantage. You can play aggressive and yeah, pretty much everything else I mentioned. Alright, so next character is Naoto. Alright, so I don't know if this is still like popular belief or not, but for a while people thought Naoto sucked. Like, oh, he's a stubby normal character, he's fucking trash. Azrael shits on him because he's so unga, this, that, and third, yada yada. It's not true at all. This matchup is 5-5. It's pretty even, all things considered. Although the one thing that is annoying about it is that due to the way Naoto structures his offense, he kind of has 5-5 next character, yeah, there you go. Yeah. But due to the way that Naoto structures his offense, it's one of those things where you are at a slightly more disadvantage once you're being pressured. But anyways, let's get into it. 2A. Fuck this button. Yeah, this auto baits DP like for free. It's ridiculous. Like Naoto can literally just like mash this shit out, and yeah, your DP, you're flying over him. You're flying over him like a majestic gorilla, landing right into your death. Yeah, yeah. 2A is so good. You can sometimes just fucking like low profile your shit like mid pressure. Honestly. He also has 2D, which can sometimes also randomly low profile his shit as well. It's weird. Yeah, that listen, bro. That was a thing back in like early CF2, CF1, where people didn't know Naoto was gas like that, right? People were ignorant. But yeah, no, Naoto he's very good character. He's also fast. His air buttons are his air buttons, bro. His air buttons are like Jesus Christ. How? Why? This is a character that does not lose to Azrael in the air. This might be a bit of a hot take, but I don't think Naoto straight up loses to Azrael in the air. Like, obviously Azrael JB is the god, don't get me wrong, I'm not downplaying that. But like, Naoto's air buttons are very, very solid. Shout out to CF1 JP tier list. Yeah, see, Edge knows what I'm talking about, but yeah, Naoto has tons of freedom in the air in terms of what he can do. He can like stall his air momentum, again, obviously with the air dashes and stuff like that. And his air buttons are very, very strong. His air buttons are so good that a lot of times they will straight up beat 5A and 5B. So this is one of those matchups where you want to rely a bit more on 6B. I wouldn't. I don't know about 2C. I wouldn't personally, but I'm biased against fucking 2C. But his air buns super strong, fast character. Most of his combos, if the Naoto is good anyway, right? If he's got the juice, they will take you to the corner. Like, they're coast to coast combos in most situations. And again, once you're cornered, you can't DP him on wake up. And due to the way staggers work, you can't backdash him either. So you generally have to hold that versus a pressure character that is basically high threat because he can nuke you from generally any hit. Like the average like combo in the corners like upwards to 4K. So yeah, that's pretty much what I mean when I say it's like when you're on defense, you're kind of fucked because yeah, it's just one of those things where again, due to the way his pressure works, the threat is always there, and if he beats you, you're donezo. You're donezo. His high damage just straight up completely bypasses Azrael's high health. Like, Azrael's one of those characters we can generally make a ton of mistakes with because his health is so high. That goes out the window in this matchup. Because yeah, Naoto will fucking punish you. One thing I will say though is that Naoto's anti-air is like... Edge hates this move. It's pretty high committal. Leaves him crouching. It's decent-ish. But yeah, you can sometimes get body trying to pull it out or whatever, and obviously it loses hard to like use strong air momentum with J2C. It's one thing to keep in mind. Aside from that, stuff like Sway and like Phantom Pain, which a lot of like Naoto players like to mash out or whatever, it loses to lows and throws straight up, which is something to keep in mind. Aside from that. Yeah, it's one of those characters where you gotta be a bit careful teching in the air, because you can tech in the air right into like a Phantom Pain and get reset. 6A is somewhat relevant, because some Naoto players do like fucking run up Slash Cade, or like run up Enhanced Rekka, right? They're like, oh fuck it, if it gets blocked, I'll just play the mind game. Whereas the Rekkas are all minus, but they're not like punishable straight up. For the most part, and yeah, just that high risk of do I want to mash here or do I potentially get frame trapped and explode? Fucked up hurt box? I could see it. Personally, I never had any issues comboing him. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. There are some Azrael routes that do drop on him actually. Yeah, no, I know what Caesar's talking about. There are some routes that are, like, weird on him. Naoto routes randomly drop on Azrael, so yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I believe that totally, because, Hakumen has to change his routing versus Azrael, so... Yeah, Azrael, even though he's a tall character, his hurt box is also weird, so, yeah. There are some combos that randomly drop on each other. Which route? It depends. Sometimes it's like a 3C routing for Azrael. Sometimes it's like follow-ups after J2D and things like that. They like randomly drop. But yeah, Naoto is one of those fast... If you're OD with it, if he's like stalling in the air, you can punish the landing recovery with like Blackhawk Stinger. It's like a funny little thing there. But aside from that, it's just he's a Shoto character essentially. Shoto character with like slightly more stubby normals. Stubby, in air quotes. He's one of the two characters Jin J2C doesn't hit and freeze. That's weird. But yeah, that's something you have to look out for. There isn't really too much to say about this, honestly. Just, yeah, play solid. Don't get sucked into like Naoto's pace, especially the wild ones. Don't get too frustrated dealing with them. And yeah, that's about it. I will say, I believe. No, I think it still works. I think the backdash OS still works. I was gonna say that I don't think backdash OS works on fucking his enhanced TV, but no, I think it still works actually. Avoid stun dodge on ranked. Yeah, there you go. That's the best advice I can give you. But yeah, again, a lot of the matchups we covered have all just been relatively simple, so... just one of those things where it's just you gotta play solid. Be careful of a stray on ranked. He's dangerous. Yeah, he'd be out here. But yeah, this is a solid character. You gotta deal with his like movement speed, though, is the thing. Again, there's things like Slash Cade where it's like 6A, stuff like that. Also things with like charging his drive. You do have to make use of 5C very well in this matchup, I'd say. No, and again, like the air game isn't free because Naoto has really good air buttons. So Not to say don't ever, it's not like a free win or whatever. Yeah, aside from that, yeah, that's about it. Gonna just try to move along. 9. Move on to 9 real quick. Now 9... Oh boy. Fucking 9. Alright. Garbage matchup. Moving on. Imagine. Alright, so this one is a bit divisive. Yeah, I did. That's the first thing I mentioned. Like, yeah, Naoto's 2A is correct. Anyways, with this matchup, it's divisive because NA thinks this matchup is unwinnable for Azrael. JP, on the other hand, thinks this matchup is good for Azrael. I don't know why. Well, I have an idea as to maybe why, but I don't agree at all. Me and Chaotic are of the mind that this matchup is bad, but it's not as bad as NA makes it out to be. Like, you do have some options to deal with, or it's not great options, but you have some privileges that other characters don't have in this matchup, which I'll get into in a bit. But generally speaking, this is a bad matchup, though. It's bad, but it's not that bad. If you have a pocket character, I'd almost want to say, like, just go with the pocket character, honestly. Like, if you had to, like, fight this character in tournament. If only because, like, here's the thing. Like, I don't think this matchup is as bad as people say it is, but at the same time, you have to be really fucking good with it. Like, you have very little margin for error in this matchup, so unless you're just fucking OD with it, you might want to pick another character, like, say, I don't know, S or something. Or you can fight this character a bit better. Anyways, let's get into it. Generally speaking, I mean, her buttons speak for themselves, I mean, right? Like, massive buttons dominates the neutral. Round start, generally speaking, you want to back off this character. And generally she just dominates the neutral. They're all disjointed, yes, they don't have a hurt box. This is one of those matchups where 6C is not usable. Like, 6C is completely invalidated. Because generally you use 6C to catch jump startups, catch people in the air, preemptively anti-air, things like that. Excuse me. And potentially get in. It's too slow. It's too slow to really work in this matchup, so yeah, no. This is 5-5 for Barbados Slim. Alright, the Azrael Patriarch. But yeah, no, well, honestly, he probably handles the matchup. I'd say probably the best I've seen. So, you're not even 100% wrong on that one. But regardless, one thing you'll never fucking see Barbados Slim or me do is 6C. That shit, no. It's too slow. Anyways, aside from that, yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, you gotta just inch your way and you have to play it so fucking slow. Like, this is a true test of patience here. Like, the goose stops are gonna be very rare. It's generally gonna be when you see a 9-player whiff something. You're not gonna want to recklessly goose stuff. You are, like, I know for all the other matchups I said you gotta inch your way in slowly and stuff like that and pick your spots. With this one, it's like you're, like, 90% of it's gonna be you walking. Like, you walking and maybe trying to go for, like, an air approach, because that's the thing. 9, her anti-airs, most of them anyway, don't have head invul. So, trying to get in on her via the air is not the worst option, but again, I mean, she has this, right? And yeah, no hurt box on it, so yeah, this is one of those characters where she generally just has a point and click neutral. Like, she like sees where you are, is like, oh, let me just hit this button, and that's it. Stops you right in your tracks. Very ignorant character. I'm not gonna try to slander her too much, but she's a very ignorant character that ignores like 50% of the game straight up. Like, she doesn't play normal neutral. You're not exactly playing footsies with her or anything like that. But again, the option is there that, you know, she doesn't really have head invul in her anti-airs. They just hit upwards, but they don't have actual invul. So, air approaches, depending on the situation, could be decent. But yeah, generally speaking, you're going to be walking throughout a lot of this matchup. This is a rare match where 2C is actually really good. 2C is pretty good. Alright, so, generally speaking, once you get the life lead, 9 has to approach you. So, her approaches aren't the best. She's good at keeping you out, but in terms of getting in, she's not really all that great. And when she gets in via teleports at that range specifically, you can just 5A her every time. Now, other ranges like, say, like that, your 5A will whiff. This is where 2C comes in. Generally speaking, that's how you have to deal with her teleports. Like, you have to play aggressively. Well, not play aggressively, but say, you have to make sure you punish the teleports, essentially. 5-5 matchup for legendary hero 681. Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, you cannot let the teleports rock. You can't let her teleport all over your face. Things of that nature. Like, no. Her approach is not great, and you have to take advantage of that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, always, regardless of what she does, like if she's teleporting, you 5A her. You 5A her or 2C her, depending on the spacing. She can sometimes block after the teleport, like when she teleports in at that 2C range. If she does, you can just 3C or something like that. Like cancel the 3C to make yourself quote-unquote safe / mixer, but that's, you know, 2C, 3C is more of like a knowledge check thing. But yeah, this is the matchup where 2C is like the button, surprisingly enough. Generally speaking, you can Growler her God Hand. Like, what the fuck's the input for God Hand? That's the DP. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you can Growler that. You can also Growler Kunzite as well, her overhead. You can Growler the Fairy Spell, the Meteorites, the Clock Timer, the Spark Bolt. Like, almost all her spells can be Growlered, which is one of the saving graces of the matchup. Always keep an eye on her spell combinations, because that's like the obvious tell, is like when she has Kunzite stacked, or you know what spell she's building towards, so you know what to look out for, essentially. But they can, almost all of them, just be Growlered. So that's the one thing. And also mid-screen, right? You would have been able to Growler her normals last game. Because last game, the way Growler worked is that you could Growler moves that were like half projectile, half like physical or whatever. Which is where her buttons fall under, so... Yeah, like if she was in like last game in CP, then Azrael would have been like the hard counter pick for her. But in this game they changed Growler, so it's like, yeah, you can't do that. You also can't Growler Burst, so yeah, this game is bad. But yeah. So anyways, the one thing about a lot of the characters I mentioned, all the Shoto characters, is that they generally rely on stagger pressure, so if they can essentially hard call out your backdash when you're trying to backdash the mid block string, mid screen. Generally, they can do some stagger pressure and then just run at you into like 5B or something and punish. Generally, because obviously 9 doesn't really have that, she has the teleports. She has no real reliable way of dealing with Azrael backdashing her. So when you're mid screen, like 90% of the time, you just backdash her for free and not really have to deal with it, which is, I think, where JP gets their opinion from. Because, again, Azrael can just easily 5A her teleports, he can backdash her mid-screen, and he can Growler most of her spells. Those are like the redeeming qualities of this matchup. So I'm assuming that's where they get their, you know, their opinion from. Like I said, always keep an eye on her spell. Neutral is just the true test of patience. Once you're in, this is like the big one. This is the big one, right? So you can OS her DP. Let me see if I can like show it off. But essentially, it's basically that. Okay, whoops. That's the input for it. So essentially what you're doing is you're doing 5A canceling it into Gustav after. If the 5A whiffs due to the DP coming out, it's a really slow DP. So basically the 5A will whiff, and then the fact that you absorb the DP because it's a projectile. So But yeah, that's how that works. That is an OS that I highly recommend learning. That, and also just be aware that you can also just TK Growler her as well. If you think she's gonna like TP, just TK Growler. And you'll lose positioning most likely, but that is also an option to deal with that. I thought the NY net kicked in. What happened? Did the stream fuck up? Stream lagged. Okay, hold on. Let me restart real quick. Yeah, I don't know if you guys caught that, but essentially I was talking about DPOSing. Essentially, it's like 5A Gustav, and then you input Growler during the animation of Gustav. If you do it right on whiff, you'll get Growler, and that'll absorb the DP. You can also TK Growler her. If you think she's gonna DP, that is also an option. But yeah, that's basically it. Generally speaking, it's a very important OS to learn. You always have to have that in the back of your mind whenever she has a stock and she can DP. Because otherwise you can't punish it. Because her DP is like minus like 1 or minus 4 or something on block. Something ridiculous. Something ridiculous like that, so yeah. Aside from that, once you have her cornered, that is... the matchup goes from a test of patience at neutral to a test of how good your offense is. Because her teleports do not have frame 1 invul. Uh-huh. But yeah, anyways, her teleports don't have frame 1 invul, so the only thing she can really do is like teleport forward and like what, teleport up or whatever. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. Generally, you can just anti-air when she does like the up teleport. Like you see her teleport, you like 4-5A. She up teleports, you just get ready to anti-air. Generally speaking, though, you shouldn't even let her teleport in the first place. You should keep your pressure tight, generally, and just counter hit her out of her teleports. But if the teleports do go off, you have to know how to deal with them. And that's just basically how you do it. Like when she's up there, you just 2C her. Like, alright, hold on. Yeah, you just 2C her. But yeah, you generally don't want to let her escape. Like, you want to keep the pressure tight, keep her guessing, always meteor her with 5A, just to make sure. And yeah, you should be good. If you let her escape, the round could potentially be over, because it is such a pain in the ass to get in. Right, so there's that to look out for. Generally, 9 players like to end Oki with Fairy. You can just straight up just Growler that. Like, you can roll away and then Growler it. Like 90% of the time. Generally, the matchup comes down to using Growler appropriately for stuff like Fairy to make sure you don't get put in the vortex, essentially. She does have things like Spark Ball, which she can like jump behind and things like that. That, on the other hand, is a lot harder to Growler because, again, she can move behind it and snipe you while she's behind the Spark Ball. So you think you can Growler it and then you just get smacked. Ice resets? Yeah, I mean, generally it's the same idea as like Jin. Well, you could argue it's almost more annoying. But yeah, in terms of the ice shit, what the fuck is the input for it? It's like what? Was it like 3C? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, she can reverse speed randomly. I don't know why. And then like do whatever the fuck right into Kunzai, things like that. Generally it just comes down to like paying attention. Literally just pay attention to what she's doing. Don't like be aware that she can chain the second low there. Don't get thrown off by the reverse speed into like the whiff 4A, things like that. Depending on the spacing, because there's like multiple setups she has into the ice resets. There's one where she's like basically point blank on you, or something like that. That one you can definitely just mash DP out of, potentially. Even on the one she's spaced, if she obviously commits, you can just Scud punishment it. Scud is not good, overall. But, it's one of those things where you... Excuse me. Where you know it won't whiff. Like, it won't get low profiled or whatever, so... You just commit to the Scud. And go from there. For the rare moments where she's in your face, generally her normals... Excuse me. I'm still a little sick, I guess. But yeah, generally her normals are fucking... They have high recovery. Especially at point blank. So at point blank, you can ODR her. ODR is usually not good for punishing anything. But versus like stuff like Terumi 5C, or in this case 9 normals, majority of them, they have high enough recovery where you ODR them and you can consistently punish her. So that is something to keep in mind if she's ever at point blank range on you. But yeah, generally dealing with fucking like 9 stuff is pretty fucked, because she has things like she can instant overhead jump. I forget how exactly she does it, but it basically involves fairy. Like she does like a rising something. Okay, yeah, there it is. Yeah, okay, so it's this. Yeah, it's this. She like does this and converts with the fairy. Yeah, so it's something to keep in mind always. She can like fuzzy you straight up. Aside from that, if she ever puts the clock on you, don't panic. Literally don't panic. Panic is the enemy. In general for this matchup, but especially when you have the clock, is when the clock runs out, you can just growler it. Like, who cares if it floods your screen and you can't see anything? It doesn't matter, you just growler. Yeah, she has Morganite, which is like a low-hitting like tree move. You can just growler that, assuming she doesn't cross up your inputs. Generally speaking, you want to delay. Like, you want to delay attack versus that, right? Because generally the energy goes for it is usually not the best. So you delay attack for a bit, see what she does, and then wake up and growler appropriately. But yeah, generally speaking, Azrael does not really have to deal with the unblockable at all. Which, again, is part of why I want to say that JP thinks this matchup is good for Azrael. It's not. But, you know, Growler is just such a godsend in this matchup where it's like you don't have to deal with her stuff mid-screen. You don't have to deal with her, like, Oki sometimes. You can ignore the unblockables, things like that. So, yeah. And generally speaking, Azrael is pretty solid at dealing with her teleports, spacing you alternate between those two normals. And catch her. Yes. Yes, Growler beats Rock. I think the only spell that doesn't beat is the one that gives the skull head on her, which gives her armor. I think that's the only one that Growler doesn't beat, because that's not exactly a projectile. And again, Spark Ball, because like I mentioned, she can smack you behind Spark Ball. That's pretty cracked. It is, but the thing is, you would have to, like, know. Right? You'd have to know that she's gonna Kunzite. But again, you do have that tell when she has the spell stocks, which is the only one you really have to memorize is just the spell combination for Kunzite. Which... what the fuck was it? It was like fire, fire, water, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, fire, fire, water, that's Kunzite. She can store whatever spell she has stocked up. So she can potentially do stuff like double Kunzite on you, so you do have to keep that in mind as well. Always want to look at what she has stocked and what she doesn't have stocked. Generally, this is something Chaotic does. It's not something I do, but what you can do is sometimes, what 9 players like to do during pressure is they like to build a spell and then store it. If you just know, you're a god, right? You know she's going to store the spell. You can preemptively try to Gustav it and punish her for that. It's not something I'd recommend because you have to have the read for it. But yeah. I don't believe so, because Kunzite hits twice. It hits twice, I'm like 90% sure. So like point blank Kunzite, I believe, hits twice, so she can like RC the Kunzite and then go for the low for the unblockable. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if you try to phalanx back, you just get smacked. And Kunzite has like very low recovery, so sometimes even if you overdrive it, you can't even like punish with EA. So, yeah. That's one of those things. But regardless, Growler is very, very good in this matchup. That about covers, yeah, everything. Yeah, just be very, very patient. Yeah, you have to be very, very patient, inch your way in. And just try to play around those normals, which is easier said than done. Alright, so bang. Alright, so... excuse me. For the life of me, I don't understand why Bang players think this shit is like even or in Bang's favor or whatever the fuck. Like, nah, bro. Nah. It's one of those things that's like, it's very much in Azrael's favor. But I'll get into that. So, all your anti-airs work well in this matchup. Like, Bang's buttons in the air, they're not bad, right? What the fuck? He can't even do... He can't even do that, right? Okay. Oh, okay, I was about to say for a sec, like, bro, is that J2C that bad? Anyways, generally, like, Bang's air normals, they're not bad by any means, but they're not, like, ridiculous to the point where you can't rely on, like, your standard anti-airs. So, like, all your anti-airs work here, like 5A, 5B, and so on, 6B and whatnot, especially 6B. Due to the way his air dash works, he has, like, double air dash, right? But, I guess due to the speed of it, it's not hard at all to anti-air with 2C in my experience. So 2C is kind of relevant here, surprisingly enough. You can play aggressively in this matchup. Like, this is one of those where it's like the... I don't want to say it's the opposite of 9, where it's just face roll your way in, but you can generally play aggressive. It's not, like, that bad, generally speaking. Like, it's not that hard to get in on him. His 5A is decent-ish at stuffing Gustav. It's not the best, but it's not bad either. But regardless, you can definitely meet him in the air. Although generally you want to be grounded just in case of like nails and whatnot. Nails, like, I don't want to say they're completely invalidated, but you with Growler you have a very solid way of dealing with them. Umbrella Oki is completely useless, obviously. Bang, generally speaking, he can't really keep you out that well, which is one of the reasons why I rate this matchup as being in Azrael's favor. Like, what's it called? Some people will say, like, Bang, due to his superior movement, he can, like, control the pace. Some are like, yeah, he can, you know, keep himself airborne, but it's not like, say, Izanami or something, where she can just keep herself almost indefinitely in the air and just play in that superior airspace where you can't really deal with it. With Bang, it's like, yeah, he's an airborne character, but at the same time, he has to land eventually, you know what I mean? And again, it's not that hard to get in on him. So there's that. And even when he's above you, JC is very solid. Like, you can definitely... I've sniped Greek before with this button. It's pretty solid at catching him in the air. It's literally made to catch opponents above you. And on counter hit, basically the hits don't last until they hit the ground. Bang, on the other hand, doesn't really have a reliable hit here. Not really. Like, he has what, like this? This isn't that great, honestly. So yeah, you can kind of approach him in the air. In terms of his counters, he has counters that basically, like, that are meant to catch lows and some that, like, are meant to, that lose to lows, basically. So, or, like, lose to overheads and things like that. So, generally speaking, it is very risky. It's a very risky game that Bang plays if he tries to, like, counter you during pressure. Because, again, Azrael's drive is basically mix-up reliant. He's mix-up heavy. So, one bad guess from Bang and you're taking, like, 4K. Like, literally just... Okay, don't do that. I can't 3C. That's a new one. Okay, there we go. I was about to say. But yeah, just do whatever the fuck, right? And that's his ass because he guessed wrong. Right, so doing drag count is very risky. I believe Azrael can Growler the explosion And the other follow-up where Bang teleports behind you, Azrael can like whiff cancel, on top of the fact that his 5e hits behind. Is that Kobe? Yeah, it is. But yeah, due to the fact that you can whiff cancel and your buttons hit from behind, dealing with, what's it called? Dealing with the cross-up is a non-issue. You can literally deal with it by accident sometimes. It's like, oh wait, whoops, that hit from behind. Didn't even mean to do that. I'll take it. You know? And yeah, you can growl the explosion. If you don't growl the explosion, I believe the explosion is plus though, so you do have to hold that if you actually end up blocking it. Hey, what's going on, Metsu? We're reviewing Azrael matchups. But yeah, aside from that, am I fighting Izanami or not? Yeah, pretty much, right? Generally speaking, Bang, you can play solid with Bang, but he's also... I hesitate to say this, but he's like vaguely similar to Terumi in the sense that he can rob you of overdrive, and most Bang players, the good ones anyway, are very good at managing active flow and overdrive to make sure that they get their burst back twice in a round. So that is pretty annoying to deal with, because Bang is one of the better characters when he has all 4 seals in overdrive. But the thing is that Azrael's like buttons are so fucking big and they're so active that you can literally mindlessly swing on Bang and he'll just run into your buttons eventually in overdrive. Like your frames are so active and shit, you'll just hit him out of whatever he's trying to do. So it's not really an issue. Like for another character, if Bang pops overdrive on you, you're kind of fucked. But for Azrael, it's like I have Growler, I have my big ass buttons. I can deal with this no problem. 6C is pretty relevant in this matchup. 6C is pretty solid at catching this airborne character and just like, you know, flooring him real quick. And on air fatal or air hit, you get a pretty solid combo. So there's that to worry about too. And yeah, that's like one of Bang's biggest strengths is just the comeback factor for overdrive, which you just shut down completely. When you have all seals, you do have to deal with Bang's command grab. You can just jump it if you're on the ground. If you're in the air, you just overdrive it. That's pretty much it. Don't get fucking scooped. You get scooped with like 5k or something around that ballpark. But generally speaking, it's not too bad. His 3C loses to ours. That's one of his things. Most Bang players aren't gonna fucking do this like randomly, but then again, Bang players are all psychopaths, so you never know, right? But yeah, 3C, you 6C that shit, he's dead. You 3C that shit, he's dead. So there's that. In terms of his Oki, right? So Bang players generally, when they do Oki on you, they'll set up like a bumper around you or whatever, and use that to basically enhance their mix-ups. Like for example, they'll do like 3C bumper, like dash cancel into continuing pressure, stuff like that, or they'll do something a bit weird, like they'll drive counter on your Wake to see if you're mashing, and then cancel that into the bumper dash cancel or whatever. There's other like gimmicky stuff they can do with like jump ins and like bumper dash cancel for cross-ups, I believe. I believe that is a thing. I could be wrong there. But you can do things like that, or at the very least, repeated overheads, things like that. It is something to keep in mind. So if you know that the Bang is doing something like unsafe, or you recognize it or whatever, you can potentially overdrive it. Yeah, you get conversions off 6B and things like that. Yeah, sneak in command grabs. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, that's one of the cool things about Bang. You can get very creative with like his bumper mix. So when you are knocked down, you do have to keep that in mind. Just keep an eye on that and be ready to pop overdrive or DP, whatever the case is. Generally speaking, he does have 3C at a low profile DP, but it's not the end of the world in terms of getting knocked down versus Bang. Like there are some situations where you can play around with it a little bit. Yeah, he has the float move, right. His I don't know the fucking input for it. I don't play this character, but he has a float move basically, so you can like TK it into like a quick overhead. That is also an option. You can fuzzy jump that though, I believe. So it's not too bad. And if you know what his jump cancels are, then yeah, you can always look out for it if you're not even gonna like fuzzy jump it. You know what I mean? Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, you gotta do some like extra shit. Imagine OSing though. Imagine playing the game, right? Crazy. But you generally want to keep an eye on his nails at all times. Once he loses nails, he loses a very valuable resource since he can't use nails to convert off of certain air hits. And he basically loses the threat of nails at neutral, which at that point you can really go the fuck in. You know what I mean? But yeah, that seems to be about it. I covered bumpers, covered his overdrive, covered nails, growler, his command grab. His anti-airs aren't really all that reliable. And yeah, I covered how to deal with drives for the most part. Yeah, it's just gambling, which isn't all that great versus Azrael, because again, his reward is insane on counter hits. Yeah, he has the reversal or whatever. Yeah, he has the reversal. It's an option. It's pretty decent. It's hard to punish if I recall correctly. You have to like mash the fuck out of 5B after you block it or like overdrive it. Yeah, it's less him trying to learn stuff. It's more so he's like, yo, what the fuck is Dante saying? But yeah, that's like this is the thing. Like you compare this to like say Jin, where Jin can shut you down, right? If you keep spacing you properly and things like that, stuffing all your approaches, he can keep you out of the game. With Bang, that's not really the case. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of why I rate this matchup as being in Azrael's favor. Yo, what's good, Shinra? Shit is secretly plus, yeah, right? It's pretty hard to punish. What's good? We're going over Azrael matchups. This is taking way longer than I thought it would, but 30 characters, man. What can you do? That's pretty much everything I want to say about the matchup. It's not that hard to get in, which is why, again, I rate it so highly for Azrael. I've played this matchup tons with Greek and with a couple other bank players here and there, like Richter, I believe. And generally, I think we're all in agreement in terms of this matchup being good for Azrael. What can you do? Yeah, man, it is what it is. But yeah, let's move on unless Kobe has something to say here. He's like, put him on the spot there a little bit. Like, oh, what does Kobe have to say? He's like, oh, plus ratio plus you're wrong. I'm gonna get some more water. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Don't get ratioed by his Astro. I believe his Astro's unblockable. No, it's not. Is it unblockable? I honestly do not remember. It is? Okay, I'm not crazy. Play the timeout game if he has a life lead. Give me a surprising amount of ways to us Azrael's defensive shit that most characters don't have. Once he gets in, it's really hard if he's actually doing everything he should be. I could see it being a slight Azrael's favor, but not worse. Alright, well, character development, I'd say, at the very least. Because I think it was you or somebody else who came in the Azrael disc were like, nah, bro, bank sweeps. Or some shit like that. Me and Kiai were like, what the fuck are you smoking? But yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I never said all that. I mean, I'm exaggerating for like, you know, hyperbole or whatever, dramatic effect. But it was some shit where me and Chaotic looked at you like, is this guy for real? Yeah, you have to like OD it or like crouch it or some shit. But he is an airborne character, so I can sort of see it, sort of. I don't think he's great at stopping the approach, but I guess he could potentially just run away. Once he gets the life lead, I could sort of see it, and to be fair, Bang does do a ton of damage if you know the right combos and stuff, so yeah, I guess there's that at the very least. You can jump with that shit as dude. Yeah, that's just not good. Anyways, Kokonoe, this matchup is trash. This is one of the rare characters that actually beats Azrael in the air. Straight up. Like, this is ridiculous. Multi-hitting just does everything for you, right? JB, oh my god, this destroys Azrael, JB. That's how you know it's good. Like, this shit is ridiculous. It hits everywhere. It's great jumping tool. It's great air-to-air tool. Like, she gets good damage off this. That's the thing, too, because of the way Kokonoe works. She's one of those set play characters that gets good conversions off everything. Very consistent conversions, so you don't want to challenge her in the air because her buttons beat yours, but on top of that, even if they didn't, if you lose the air situation, you just get a full combo. Or she gets a full combo, rather. So, it's fucked. Yeah, I couldn't agree more on that one, Kobe, yeah. Like, it's one of those bonds where it's like, Jesus Christ, why? She's a trap card character. And it's like you try to anti-air or whatever, you try to like be in the air, it's like, ah, you've activated my trap card. Like JB is Mirror Force, bro. Like JB is Mirror Force, except Mirror Force and it does like 7k damage. Mirror Force with like a burn effect. It's super fucking good. Anyways. Hand trap character. Word. JB is honest, and what fucking timeline? But anyway, she has gravity. She can use it to manipulate your movement as well as hers to an extent. She can set up like the gravity shit and do the spin move. What the fuck is the spin move? Okay, there we go. Yeah, she can use the gravity to like approach with the spin move. It's plus on block if she does so. It beats 5A and 5B. You have to answer it with 6B. Honest, the Yu-Gi-Oh card. Okay, there we go. Honest. Oh man, what a fucking card back in the day. Yes, it's one of her best starters, yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, aside from that, she can use gravity to like keep you in place, sort of. It's not as bad as like gravity C that like New 13 has, but it can fuck with your movement a little bit. Generally, she can also, I believe, use it to like suck you away as you're pressuring. So it can fuck with your pressure as well as like just push you away from her. Aside from that, she can also use the teleport to push you into traps or push you into her throws and things like that. So generally speaking, you do have to keep in mind that sort of thing. If she sets up a trap, you can do that. Like, this is one of those matchups where your TK, your executions are a bit tested there. Like, you have to be good at doing, like, TK Growler at neutral and things like that to deal with traps, like, basically get ahead of it before she can set up and things like that. Generally speaking, it's a bit hard to stop her from throwing out fireballs, because, like, she'll do it in the air or some shit. Like, how do you deal with that, right? In terms of her throwing the fireballs, or like having the fireballs, you know, inch their way towards you, you can obviously growler them, of course, but at the same time, it's very hard to like actually punish her throwing it out, you know, setting up at neutral. Same with like the gravity shit. She'll usually do it in the air. Give Azrael air goo stuff, by the way. But anyways, in terms of like pokes, she generally relies on like 3C. 3C loses to your 3C. It also has that dead zone right there at point blank, but that's like rarely going to come up. You can 6C that as well, of course. The high profile. You can growler her layer 1 setups. Like, you know, usually you get cornered by Kokonoe. If they're like basic with it or whatever, they'll do like the trap, they'll do the fireball, whatever. Just growler that for free, the late tech growler. The Kokonoe has ways to work around it. It's not like Kagura, where it's like you fireball, you gotta commit to the fireball. With Kokonoe, it's like you set up the trap or whatever, and you can just meet you with like 2A. Or do other setups, essentially, where it's like you try to growler on wake up, you get cucked. So she's one of those characters that can play around growler, so it's not a guaranteed out. And in terms of Panzer, she has like 2B, she has 3C. That's like you're not panzering her. If the Kokonoe is on point, you gotta hold that when you're on block. And similar to Naoto, she has tons of corner carry, not as much as Naoto, but generally speaking, you can hit in the air, for example. She's taking you to the corner and you're getting supplayed. She's made you lose years off your lifespan. Same, bro, same. Her teleport has invul, not a lot of invul, so if you let a Kokonoe teleport on you, you fucked up. You fucked up big time. I was gonna say you're bad, but like, nah, it can happen, I guess. Generally speaking, it's similar situation to like Bang, where fucking you can cancel your shit on whiff, so sometimes she'll teleport behind you, just smack her with like 5 EB or something, so it's not too bad. But, fuck Makoto. Yeah, he's one of like the Kokonoes, right? I appreciate the toxicity though, because this is going on YouTube, so there's a chance you'll see it. But word, man, you know, be toxic, you know, let your nuts hang, whatever the fuck, right? Say what you gotta say, man. But yeah, there is that to deal with. Gotta make sure she doesn't like teleport on you. You generally want to keep the pressure tight. With 50 meters, she does have the Super Ball. It's like no, it's not this. What the fuck is it? Oh, okay, it's this. And then the fireball comes down. Alright, so when the fireball comes down, you can deal with it pretty, well, not pretty easily, but you have ways to deal with it. Mid-screen, right, she fucking, hold on. I think this is the right one, right? Yeah, it is. So mid-screen, you just 3C her. I fucked up here, but yeah, you just do that. Why am I bad? Yeah, I just 3C and avoid it. Easy enough. When you're in the corner, it's a bit harder, but you can still deal with it. Into like whatever the fuck. This isn't optimal, but just as an example. You do that. You Valiant into DP. If you don't have the fucking... what's it called? The high weak point already, you gotta be like mad try hard about it. You have to be mad try hard. Hold on, let me see if I can do it. Fuck. It's Omega try hard. So basically you have to like instant block the fireball into 5D counter hit, because that's the only way you can get the 5D counter hit, right? And once you do that, you have to like micro walk into Growler, and the Growler will hit her and then absorb the fireball, and then you follow it up with Phalanx. It's like mega try hard. But yeah, that's how you deal with the Super Ball. It's fucking annoying. Fuck that move. This is one of those matchups where 6C is light work for a guy like me. Alright, Kobe's just built different. He's just that guy. But anyway, 6C is decent versus her. It's not too bad. 6C can sometimes catch her if you place it right. Because like I said, she'll probably do like this or whatever the fuck. Or, you know, fireballs, yada yada. So, you can sometimes use 6C. It's risky, because like I said, GB is the god. But you can use it. It's not too bad. When she has gravity on you, right? Gotta go over her jump cancels, because she can instant overhead you. Alright, so it's like what, this, that, and that's okay, that's pretty much it. And yeah, she just does, what the fuck is it? It's like J2C, right? Yeah, she does that. Just that converts it with like super or with the gravity. So you have to keep in mind that she can jump cancel these. That's weird. She can jump cancel her 5B. That's so weird. But yeah, that's a thing. And you'll get instant orbit. So you gotta watch out for that. That is something to keep in mind. Like I said, don't get knowledge checked by the reversal. I went over the teleport. Went over our gravity can certainly mess up your pressure. Aside from that, yeah, she can OS your your Growler is on wake up 3C. So your Growler neutral is pretty good. Round start is somewhat in her favor. You generally kind of want to back off a little bit, depending. Usually shield back off and try to set up. So you may want to play aggressive at neutral. It depends. Round start is a bit of a, I guess, crapshoot, but that's generally how it goes. Kokonoe is one of those characters that is very elusive, and once you catch her, you have to be super on point and be aware of how to deal with her fireball super. And yeah, just fuck her up. But yeah, this matchup is not in Azrael's favor. It's definitely in her favor. It's pretty rough. Whenever I see Kokonoe, I kind of just, you know, roll my eyes like, oh fuck, we're doing this. Oh yeah, her overhead, yeah, her 6B. At least she can hold it, right? Yeah, she can for more damage. It's like multi-hitting, so you have to time the overdrive like perfectly. Oh yeah, I guess Golden Tiger is worth mentioning. Generally speaking, her damage is not bad at all. With Overdrive and with Golden Tiger, with resources, it skyrockets to near TOD levels. So it's one of those characters again where, like similar to Terumi, you have to like quote-unquote force them to use their burst by potentially hitting them with a high damage starter. The good Kokonoes will hold on to their burst for the Golden Tiger comeback potential. Yeah, with her 6B, yeah, you usually have to like EA it, unless you like overdrive it at like almost the very last frame. Then like maybe you can punish it, but generally speaking, it's one of those multi-hit overheads like Hibiki's where you have to settle with EA. The set play character gets the minimum 7k you off literally anything due to game design. Oh, but bro. Kokonoe players, they cry about her though. They're like, yo, they didn't have to nerf her this hard. She's suffered enough. She's paid for her sins. It's like, yo, I should have beat you senseless. What the fuck are you telling me? This character's cracked. Don't let them lie to you. Anyways, Tau players. Alright, so the Azrael Discord, for some godforsaken reason, believes that this character can like destroy Azrael. I'm here to tell you they're fucking wrong. The Ascord matchup, yep, Caesar already knows. Yeah, they're lying their ass off. Alright, let me tell you this shit, right? So fucking Tau, she dies in 2 combos. For starters. Excuse me. Round start, it is not a blow up. she either tries to run from you or like, what the fuck can she even do? Like I'm looking at her normal. Like I guess 2B is like what is she really doing at you? Round start. Like round start, it's not bad at all. Round start, you can try to play aggressive. Honestly, yeah, this is one of those matches where you could probably play aggressive. Honestly. EU talks crazy about how Tao cooks this character. I wonder if it's how I look to the outside perspective. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Anyways. Her projectiles, I mean, they're generally easy to deal with. She has the slow-moving dodgeball. I mean, you just fucking take your growl with that. She has, like, the other shit she just throws at you. It's not too fast where you can't just growl it on reaction if you're full screen. You can play aggressively. She has superior mobility, but it's not that hard to catch her. I mean, look, her air buttons, they're like decent, right? They're not bad at all. She has some stuff or whatever, and she has the movement, but like I'm cooking her with like JC. Like you're above me, like sit the fuck down. And JB is also just smacking her. Like no, it's not that hard to deal with her in the air. She's an airborne character, but she doesn't have the air normals to back it up like that. So. Yeah, and she has low damage too on top of that for the most part on the average confirm. Yeah, sure, if she gets a punish, she might hurt a lot, but average confirm, it's not that crazy. She can't convert off everything though, is the thing. But like she catches you, it's like you can afford to make some mistakes. You're Azrael, you have a ton of health, right? She has 2B low profiles 5C, but you have your go-to options 6C and 3C, of course. She has crawl, which can low profile a lot of shit, but it's one of those things where if you keep your pressure tight, it should be like a non-issue. Watch my pressure guide, by the way. You know, just saying. You know, kind of could maybe help you. I don't know, possibly. But yeah, aside from that, she also has like the shitty commander. I'm pretty sure you can just duck that. Or just fucking overdrive it if you see it, so it's a non-issue. And then she has the other actual reversal super, which it's kind of whatever. Didn't care enough to fix her. Honestly, I don't want her to be good, because when she was good, she had like taunt loops, she had fuzzy loops, she had all the sorts of like restand nonsense. It was mad ignorant. So honestly, she's in a good position right now, which is the fact that she is just like mid. She's like whatever. As she should be. Fuck this character. She doesn't deserve to be good again. She can stay bad, bro. But yeah, her only true reversal costs 50 meters, so just keep an eye on her meter as you're pressuring her. There isn't really too much to say about her, just she's very elusive and you have to like fight her in the air. But it's kind of whatever. You have the tools for it, you can catch her. This is one of those things where it's like, you want to be a monkey with Azrael, right? I guess this is the matchup to do it in, honestly. This is the matchup to do it in, like, bro, go ham. Go ham. Obviously, don't be too fucking stupid, right? Don't fucking, like, you know, she's like doing some shit, trying to space you out. Don't fucking run into her buns, but, like, generally you play aggressive. That's all I really have to say about this matchup. Do not let the movement speed fool you. You want a matchup where, like, you're gonna get fucked by like a high movement character, play versus Valk, and then come back to me. Anyways, let's go to Susan. Where the fuck is this man? Alright, there we go. Right, so round start. What else do I need to say? like what else do I need to say, bro? Like, come on. This character at round start, you better back the fuck off. You better back the fuck off, or you are getting smoked. This is one of the characters that has high health. He has high damage. He has higher average damage than Azrael. He has CPEX Azrael damage. That is incredibly ignorant in a game like CF. Because everybody's damage is lowered. He gets to keep CPEX damage. Fuck this character. Very annoying to fight. It's one of those matchups where on paper it is in Azrael's favor because at round start he is a more complete character than Susan. But in practice it feels shitty. It feels closer to 5-5. War crime buttons, right? JB, JC. JA hits completely around him. It's one of the more broken J's in the game. It's up there with like Makoto's. It's pretty insane. JB is ridiculous. JC is ridiculous. You have to rely on your like head and ball anti-airs to deal with this. Like I would not risk 5B versus this massive fucking button. Like what the fuck is this? Yes, that's actually what I was gonna get into, Kobe. You're absolutely right. Where this is one of those things where it's like you beat him on paper, but like the thing is, he's one of those snowball characters. Like once he gets going, it's very hard to stop him, and you make one mistake, you're cooked. You're just cooked. Here's the thing: with 6B, there is a. Alright, God, what the fuck is this? Horrible. Anyways, 6B, right? This. I believe you can just. Well, let's test that out right now. Actually, hold on. Let's test that out right now. Well, hold on. Just to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass here. Okay, yeah. Hold on. The first hit. I'm so bad. Alright, so basically I'm bad, but I'm like 90% sure you can IB the first hit and then DP the second one. It's very hard to do. I'm like 90% sure you can do that. But anyways. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure you can do that. It's very hard to do, as you can see. Can you? I want to say you can. I want to say that I have a skill issue. Normally, though, you can't do that shit. Like on normal block, you can't. I don't think you can. I've heard that you can. Yeah, double check. You're better at that shit than I am. Like, I'm a washed-up Azrael player. But anyways, fuck his 5A. Fuck his 5A. Yeah, this character's 5A is ridiculous. Like this shit is, oh my god. Alright, next character, guys. Next character. Whew, we're done here. We're done. It's gapless on. Okay, disregard what I said then. Never mind. Never mind. You cannot actually instant block first hit and DP. That makes 6B more annoying. Literally the only thing the 5A doesn't do is anti-air. You can overdrive it. IB first, second, maybe? But like, you'll get ODR most likely, which is not great. Anyways, this bond is mad ignorant. Like, this is free. I fucked up, but like, that's funny. I'm like, yo, this is free, and then I fuck up. Classic Dante. But yeah, no, this is stupid. Like, this is a plus. It's plus. It auto-baits DPs on Wake Up. It destroys Gustav for free. Susan is one of the better characters in the game at dealing with Gustav. Like, this single-handedly stops one of your main approach tools. Excuse me. Still a little sick here. The only thing this button doesn't do is anti-air. Because it, like, hits downward a little bit. But yeah, it's disjointed too, by the way, so like, no, this button is stupid. This is one of the most ignorant buttons in the game. Right, so I guess he has an unreliable 2C. Like, it sometimes works amazing, but the hit involved, I believe, is pretty late. So if you're trying to like approach him in the air or whatever, you can sometimes get away with it. And sometimes there have been situations where I've like fought Adroff and I've like straight up just beaten him trying to anti-air me. 2C. Yeah, 2C. Did I say 5A? I meant 2C for this one. Like, his 2C is not amazing. It randomly works though. Like, there'll be Susan players that'll like mash it on block and it'll randomly work. I have no idea how they do it. If you play Susan and complain about his 5A isn't good, then you're the lowest common yeah, absolutely, you're the lowest common denominator. That shit is criminal. Yeah, like his air buttons are good enough to like straight up just beat Azrael. Well, not beat Azrael, but he can definitely fight Azrael in the air. For sure. Like this, all this character's buttons, or not all of them, but a majority of them are just ridiculous. And yeah, once he gets going, it's pretty rough. Generally speaking, he does have like limited low options, which is the one thing I will give him. Like the only thing he really has is 3C, right? Like 3C and 2D. Oh, yeah, like 2B isn't a low, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and Grand Viper. Yeah, 2B isn't a low, so he has limited low options. But he can fuzzy you though. I forget how Susan players do it, but he can fuzzy you. That is something to look out for when he jumps in on you. But he has limited low options, so that kind of offsets that a little bit. His DP, it is a projectile, funny enough. I think it's like they land with JD and then do JA or some shit. Something weird like that. But anyways. His DP, you can Growler it. It is a projectile, so that's kind of funny. Generally speaking in this matchup, Susan kind of wants to prioritize DP. Just because this is one of those volatile matches where things can go south either way. And not having a DP is pretty fucked for Susan. At least not having a round start, so... In terms of seals, you want to prioritize DP, and then go from like whatever else from there. You always want to keep an eye on what unlocks they have, so you know what to look out for, obviously. Like if they have the overhead spin move unlocked, you obviously look out for that, and so on. When they do stuff like 5D, 2D, whatever, you can like ODR that. It's not something they'll do too often, and obviously 2D is unsafe. They just let it rock. And I believe it gives you a crouch confirm too, so it's like 5e3c for your punish there. He is the embodiment of like slow overhead. Like this shit is like super reactable. Just gotta keep an eye on what he's doing. Playing him on blue stage is kind of fucked though. Now that I think about it, it kind of just blends in a little bit. Yeah, it's basically checkmate. Yeah, so I believe 5D is also just -10 itself. Yeah, they have stuff like that. But yeah, generally speaking, you always keep an eye on his resources, essentially. He, again, like I said, he has higher average damage. He has a massive amounts of health, so that's not one of those characters where you just like steamroll him quickly. Like, nah, you're gonna be there for a while. That is something to keep in mind. 6B plus frames, you're gonna have to respect that. One of the worst feelings though is when he punishes your backdash with 6B. Like he does 6B into 6B because fuck it, that's what he's doing because he's Susan. And he just punishes your backdash. It just feels bad. So yeah, backdashing him is not amazing just because of the existence of 6B, and yeah, just getting bodied by that, it feels awful. Like, what else can you say? Patience against his 6As. 6As are a thing you do have to deal with. Generally TK Gustav is kind of decent, potentially. Again, you do have to worry about his 5A, but right, if he tries to do like 6A into seal unlock, you can potentially get him. Yes, yes, when you do the standard Valiant route, you have to hold back when you do it, because if you hold forward, it hits early. I'll just show it real quick. Yeah, it hits early like that, which can in turn make you drop, so you generally want to hold back when you do it to make it hit properly. Although depending on the height, holding 4 or holding back can sometimes make the pants just whiff anyway, so it's one of those things where if you can avoid it, try... If it's like a weird confirm at a weird height, you might want to avoid using Panzer, basically. That's pretty annoying. Aside from that, there's not too much else to this matchup, just, it's one of those guerrilla fights. You know what I'm saying? Where things can go very badly for either side. Again, you do somewhat have the advantage from air to ground, because, again, his anti-air is inconsistent. But on the ground, he has just massive buttons, and anti-airing him is a pain in the ass for sure. So there's that. And you can't stay away from him for too long because he'll just, you know, charge up seals or whatever. So it's a bit fucked. It's very volatile, and I don't like this matchup at all. To be real with you. Alright, so we're gonna go into Hazama real quick. Yeah, fuck this character. Alright, so this Spider-Man-ass character, he's been nerfed over the years, but he's still pretty solid. He still gives Azrael a hard time. I actually used to play him back in the day, so I can show some things here and there. Anyways, for this, you have the slight advantage round start. He isn't really doing anything to you. Not really, right? Yeah, not really. He isn't really doing anything to you. Oh, you're right. They changed the input, didn't they? What? Yeah, there we go. But round start, he's generally gonna like run away from you or do like some meme shit like this. But generally speaking, he's gonna run away from you and just try to like zone you from like the start of the match, which is how you should play it. So you definitely want to play aggressive to an extent for this matchup, for sure, because you have to chase him, right? Chains, you can growler them technically, but you would never do this in a real match. You would never do this in a real match, because like you try to growler and then he's like, oh, bang, or you try to growler and he's like, that's crazy. Oh no, I did it wrong. What the fuck was it? It was, yeah, okay, there's something like that, basically. It's been a hot minute since I've played him. But basically, you can, yeah, you can, like, cut chains short, basically. Yeah, you can cut chains short, and essentially punish you for, growlering. Like, you whiff growler, you're fucked. So, you can growler his chains, but unless the Hazama is, like, giga predictable with it, you're never gonna do it in a real match. He has no reversals. So, you get in on him, you pressure him, literally all you have to care about is fucking... is him up backing. Which Azrael has ways to deal with that anyway. So it's not a big deal. And then obviously universal shit like Overdrive. In Overdrive though, his Otenjin gets back its invul. So that is something to look out for, but generally speaking, you get in on him, it's fucking over. No, it's better. I'm like 99% sure it's better. When you're directly above him, obviously you can come down with dive kick into whatever combo if on counter hit. So you do have to worry about that, or at the very least be prepared to like 6B it. 6B is amazing at catching dive kicks or double jumps. It's literally designed for that, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue to deal with. Really, the only issue just comes from just catching him. which at that point you're going to have to use forward dash into a super jump, which basically, as you know, carries your forward momentum when you do it properly. I say as I proceed to not do it properly. Why am I bad? Okay, there we go. And then you just keep your air options. Generally you're relying on JB and JC, as per usual, to catch people above you and whatnot. Keep an eye on his chain stocks. He only has 2 this version. Generally speaking, he basically loses the stocks when he does a chain follow-up, even on hit. What the fuck was the input for it? Okay, what to say, like, what? Okay. But yeah, you'll see Hazama's, like, stance cancel their shit, or whatever, to keep stocks and things like that. But yeah, you keep an eye on his stocks, and then that's when you know it's like, okay, I really have to get in, because he has a limited amount of stocks, or only, like, 0 stocks or whatever, so just he's gonna be on the ground, I can finally just goose stuff in, or whatever. Aside from that, his Oki is generally... Yeah, you can do J2 and 4B to save a stock in the air. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but I was fucking it up. Rolling on Oki is generally not recommended. He's really good at catching rolls with just a simple 2A into, you know, whatever the fuck combo. So you don't really want to roll him versus him too often. There are Hazamas that also like to do like 6C on Oki, which I think is bad. But that is a thing Hazama players do, and it does catch rolls as well. But yeah, that's generally it. You do kind of want to hold that a little bit. In terms of Oki, he does sometimes like to do this or whatever. The low follow-up does have mid invul, so you try to panzer it, you're gonna get, it's just gonna go through panzer or whatever, fuck you up. Generally speaking though, in terms of like fucking stance pressure, be it on Oki or, yeah, just in pressure in general, you can just stop back it. Let me see if I can show it off real quick. Oh wait, hold on, I did it wrong. Yeah, Hazama players are convinced it's good. It's not. I say as I get hit. Yeah, just stop back it. It's pretty easy to deal with. And you eventually can just barrier them away, so... Yeah, stance pressure, it's not good. Obviously, they do a charged version that's even freer, you just up back out of there. His 2C is pretty solid. It's pretty solid at catching dive kick and like... It's pretty decent in here. A little bit on the slow side, but yeah, overall, it's pretty solid. Hazama can technically call out stance with like forward dash stance shit, but like you have to be like such a god for doing that. Generally speaking, he's gonna rely on like staggers and, you know, his command grab, stuff like that. So backdashing him isn't too bad, because generally on the ground, I mean, he's gonna like what, slither towards you. Like it's not that crazy. So you can generally just backdash him mid screen. There isn't really too much else to talk about. Again, you just gotta get used to his movement, get used to dealing with him. Like, he's one of those characters that can just run from you and shit. Gimmicky cross-ups with like, I mean, yeah, they do have some stuff or whatever. Oh, it's counter hit, right? I know Jansen likes to do stuff like that. It's like they mix you, but it's like, oh, he's in the air, and then he just comes down with a quick low, shit like that. In terms of cross-ups, in the corner, I guess with like, can they do a C follow-up in the corner? I don't think so. Oh, hold on. Oh, never mind, they can. I mean, it's super gimmicky, but yeah. Yeah, they can, actually. They can do cross-up stuff in the corner. If you see them doing chain stuff on Oki, though, you can just roll that. Like, that's the one time you can actually roll versus Hazama. Similar to Azrael, where it's like, you can do cross-up shit, but you can't cover rolls at the same time. But yeah, it really just comes down to being able to catch him. Like, you're going to be relying on your air movement and things of that nature, and just playing aggressive. Generally speaking, when he tries to, like, approach you, if you have the life lead or whatever, you can just answer him with, like, 5A, 5B in most scenarios. There are some scenarios where, like, he'll do, like, chain into, like, a very early, like, JB like that, to kind of bait you to try to, like, press something. But the only time he's ever really gonna fucking go after you is when you have the life lead. At that point, you just, if you're not sure about the situation for whatever reason, you just back off. Like, you block a chain and just backdash. During overdrive, he has one of the best overdrives in the game. You will get put at hit stun. Or block stun, rather, even at a point blank chain. So he can do, you know, stuff like that. Or I'm fucking it up, but he can basically just chain around you during pressure. And mix you that way. He has the command grab super too. You could just jump that. It's probably worse than fucking... than, what's it called? Than bangs. Because he has to go into stance first. You can do a shortcut for it, though. You can do a shortcut to make it go faster, basically. But, it's still not great. Like, generally speaking, you just deal with the same as you deal with, like, Cosmo Pressure in general by fuzzy jumping. It is pretty nasty to take damage from Hazama in overdrive, because again, you have to deal with, oh, does it? Didn't even know that. But anyway, the thing with Hazama is that not only are you taking the big damage, because obviously he has the overdrive Hotenjin into Giga damage, but also you're dealing with the lifesteal. And if he does, that one super at the end of overdrive, even though his overdrive already ends, he'll still be in the overdrive super animation, which means he'll still be stealing life from you the entire time. And obviously he has like the bullshit fucking... the classic 6A. 6B is plus, I believe his 5B is plus as well. So those are some solid like stagger options. But, yeah, generally speaking, just keep an eye on his meter so that you don't get fucking 6-8 to oblivion. And yeah, it just comes down to a matter of just catching him. Yeah, Overdrive Hazama does a lot of damage. It's up there with, like, Terumi in terms of damage. There isn't really too much you can really just show based on training mode, really. Still on the review stream? Damn, I mean, I'm gonna be covering every single character, so yes. We are here for like a long ass time. We're gonna be here for a long ass time. Anyways, Makoto. I'll try to like speed things along, so I don't want to be too fucking like long with it or whatever. But yeah, Skinwalker Dante returns. It's like, oh, he must be a Skinwalker. What is he doing streaming BlazBlue, right? All right. So this is a matchup that Azrael has the advantage in for obvious reasons. Like, this character, she's not great. Like, what the fuck is the input for... what's the real back punch he does? I'm trying to remember what the fuck the input for it was. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Alright. You're a roguelike streamer, yeah. Roguelike streamer by day, BlazBlue streamer by night. Anyways. So she has a strong JA. It, surprisingly enough, it doesn't look good, but it hits all around her, just like Susan. That BlazBlue roguelike might be funny. Like, that'll be a good way to kill time. At the very least, we have more news on that, so... we know that BlazBlue still lives. Although maybe not in the way we want it to. But her J is good. Her JC is similar to like... not JC, it's J2C, right? Or was it J... ah, no, it's J2B. Alright, so her J2B is similar to Azrael JC, where it's like super good. Great for sniping people above her. Tons of hit stun. Stop skin walking and start end walking. Aw, dude, bars. Absolute bars. But yeah, outside of her standard movement, she doesn't really have anything going for her, anything that she can really stop you. Not really. So you're allowed to play aggressive in this matchup. 3C is very free to use, because like she can't really punish you. Not really. Like she's too stubby for that, so it's one of those matchups where it's like, oh, this poor girl. Literally trapped in the zoo with the gorilla. She can low pro 5C though with her 3C and stuff like that. But that's like fucking risky. Yeah, her DP is worse than Panzer, arguably. Or just as bad at the very least. So Azrael has ways to like low profile it. Funny enough. Usual answers to a 3C, 6C. She has like a Gustav-esque move that she can use to get in. I don't know what it is. It's off of Asteroid Vision though, I'm pretty sure. It's like an Asteroid Vision follow-up. Yeah, I have no idea what it is. I don't play this character. She has a Gustav-esque move. That's something you sort of have to deal with a little bit. It's not as good as Gustav, but it is there. It is an option. The real back punch, which some Makotos will try to mash out on you. The fuck was the input for it again? I do not play this character. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, there we go. But yeah, this I believe it has invol versus lows, but generally speaking, Azrael is just you just meaty her and it just cooks that move. Tries it on wake up. Yeah, shooting star. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's generally not a good reversal option. Neither is her fucking DP. You can low profile with like literally 5C or fucking space 2D and so on. Aside from that, she's one of those characters similar to Kagura. Oh, this. Yeah, this is like unblockable on standing, but you just crouch block it. Amazing. But anyway, she's similar to Kagura, where Growler renders her projectile Oki just completely obsolete. And that's like one of her best Oki setups, because it catches rolls and whatnot, etc. But yeah, no, she can't really use it versus Azrael at all. You just wake up Growler and that's it. She has high damage with Overdrive, and she can meter dump very easily because she can like double super and stuff like that. So I guess you have to worry about it, but it's like 5-6k, so it's not that crazy. But generally speaking, she has to stick with like basic setups. Essentially, her mix is very whatever. Most of her clone follow-ups just lose to like 5B at varying timing. You can just smack her, like if she's trying to do clone stuff into like some air shit, just 5B her. So on. So her clones aren't really all that great. They might throw you off, but you can just smack them out of it. Similar to like Hibiki clones. Generally speaking, the main thing you have to worry about is fucking her stagger pressure more than anything else. In terms of her mix, it's pretty average. She does have that spin move, which has the low or overhead follow-up. The overhead follow-up she can combo with 50 meter. The low is like, that's whatever. Pretty sure you can just overdrive EA that, if you really feel like it. In terms of that, it's the same as usual. You know, you can just backdash her mid-screen. Corner, when you're on wake up, you don't really want to panzer, but during pressure, you can panzer her freely for the most part. That's a non-issue, and she has tons of gaps in some of her strings, so yeah, panzering her is not bad at all. I guess the one thing you do have to worry about is her like restand Oki, but I'm pretty sure you can just fucking tech barrier that, and that's it. That's all you really have to care about. She also has like this where it's like you just 6B it, or even if you block it, you can just 5A the follow-ups. I'm pretty sure, so not a big deal. This is generally a straightforward matchup. You just win. She can't really deal with your buttons. Like, you beat her in almost every aspect, and she has even worse normals than you do. I love Makoto, but yeah, no, she's bad. Well, not bad, but like, she's bad versus Azrael, similar to this character. Garbage. Wow, we're only halfway through. Jesus Christ, we're gonna be here a while. Alright, so around start you generally beat her in most scenarios. 3C is the god. She can, like, 2B, she can low profile like a meteor apocalypse. Like, the Earth was gonna get destroyed, she would just 2B and go under the meteor. Like, 2B is a god, like, 2-part stream maybe, honestly. But yeah, 2B, it beats DP, it beats 5C. This is one of those matchups where it's like, I recommend using 3C over fucking 5C in this matchup. She can't do it in any way, so it's whatever. DP is generally useless versus her. Almost all her setups lead to safe jumps, so there's that to deal with. You generally outrange her. The only thing you really have to deal with her in the air is like JC, kind of. JC's kind of good. Yeah, I think she beats Valk randomly, from what I've heard. But yeah, this character sucks. Flint Shooter Oki, you can just growler it. It's similar to the other characters like Kagura and shit, where they can't really like 2A behind it or anything like that. Nah, you can just like growler it for free if she ever does it. At max heat with 100 meters, she does have a 720 available, but it has no range. It doesn't have the magnetism that the Tigers has, so as long as you're spaced out, you should be fine. Although you do have to, I guess, keep it in mind. Aside from that, don't tag versus her in the air because she can reset you, similar to Hibiki. If she pops overdrive in a scramble situation, just back off. It is not worth taking the risk because one bad guess is 7k. If you have to burst her combos, do it after she's used her drive, generally speaking. It's kind of similar to Azrael, where it's like once you burst the weak point, it puts Azrael back to like square one. In terms of her power-up move, well, they'll try to do it from like full screen or whatever. You just have to like be, I guess in TK Gustav range, just be aware of it or whatever. It's relatively punishable. Her DP is garbage. It has like negative horizontal range, so you just space it out by accident in some situations, honestly. Her drive at level 0 can be anti-aired at higher levels. She gains invul, so that is something to keep in mind. She's right though, her 6P is pretty good. It's pretty solid anti-air. Hits behind her. Decent vertical range too, so yeah, it's a solid anti-air, but you can still just beat her in the air, no problem, for the most part. There isn't really too much to say about this. It's just one of those matchups where I wish it hit reliably behind her. Oh, it's not reliable? I mean, I've seen it happen often enough. She blows up Tsubaki and Amane. I didn't even know that. But it's a straightforward matchup. Yeah, again, at like level 0, you don't have to like deal with heat that well. You can just smack her out and things like that. In the corner, she does good damage. You have to worry about that, but yeah, you can just fuck her up. It's a really straightforward, simple matchup. Just use 3C instead of 5C. Don't DP her. You can backdash her, push her relatively freely anyway. I'm pretty sure it does. I'll like double check real quick, but I'm pretty sure it does. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, no. It also doesn't work on Murakumos. Like, it doesn't work on Murakumos, Izanami, and Noel sometimes, in U12. And apparently Bullet, I completely forgot about that. But yeah, moving on. Sorry I'm like brief with this one, but there's really nothing to this character. I'm gonna be so real with you, there's nothing to this character that you have to really care about. Like, she's just bad, I'm sorry. Like, you generally shouldn't lose to her. Not really. Word. Alright, so Valk. Valk is the matchup that the Azrael Discord thinks Tao is. Valk, you pick a different character. Yeah, she's one of those characters that can rob you in overdrive. But yeah, overall, it's whatever. Like, outside of that, it's like, yeah, you're probably fine. Is it really that bad? Yes. It's within his top 5 bad matchups, in my opinion. It's up there. Yes, I'll get into it. So, he does low damage, but it's basically death by 1,000 cuts. You generally lose around start to his human normals, or just Valk just running away from you. Your A and B normals cannot beat wolf normals. Like, you cannot anti-air him when he's in wolf form. Like, approaching you? Like, no. You have to use 6B and 2C. And, Valk... I don't know fucking Valk stuff, but let me not even embarrass myself with that. But basically, Valk can, like, bait you. Like, he can pretend he's approaching you and then wolf dash back to make you whiff the 6B or 2C and then dash back in while mid-air. So you have to rely on the high committal anti-airs, and he can bait you. So there's that to deal with. Neutral, you have to play like extremely careful. You whiff anything, you're dead basically. Like Valk, well, not dead, but like Valk can just catch you from just simply whiffing a 5C or a 6C. Like literally anything, Valk is fast enough to just get in on you and punish you. The only thing you can really do is like when Valk's like on the ground running back and forth, I guess you can like surprise him with like a TK goose stuff. But generally speaking, if the Valk is good, which they're probably gonna be because they play Valk, that is not a character you just fuck around with. That's a character you like, you're dedicated with, you know? But anyways. Yeah, unless they fuck with the spacing, it's gonna be a tough time catching Valk. Like, his movement is on another level. And again, you can't really fuck with him in terms of anti-airing him. All his confirms lead to the corner. So you're always getting supplayed. You make one mistake, you're getting supplayed. You can't DP him. His instant overhead automatically goes under Panzer. And you can't backdash him either. So, yeah. Because obviously he whiffs the instant overhead. He just keeps doing like 5A or 2A or whatever. So, yeah, there's no situation where you can just freely just use defensive options. Like, your defensive options are just shut down. Literally, the only thing you can really do is you have to attempt to block. Because the character's set play is basically, it's reliant on his wolf meter. So your best bet is to continuously block instant high-low mix to make him spend as much wolf meter as possible before he eventually opens you up. And then when he doesn't have like the high wolf meter, he has to go for like a bootleg little combo that isn't really great in terms of like Oki or whatever. Or force him to do the wolf command, not command dash, command grab, which you can tech. But yeah, that's literally your best bet. Is to just block instant overhead mixes back to back. You generally have to keep the pressure tight because he can just make you guess with this. It's like it anti-airs and it has invul versus mids, loses to lows and throws. But yeah, generally speaking, it's kind of like an RPS game with this. It's kind of shitty. He also has the 50 meter reversal, but you generally don't see that. He can also guess randomly with like overdrive into EA. He gets Oki off of his EA. Like, look at his EA compared to Azrael. Like, why does his EA leave him that close? Like, what is that? The difference? Insane. Sometimes the Valk will try to, like, if he's cornered maybe, he'll try to, like, wolf dash away, like, up in the air. You can succeed that for the air fatal. Oh yeah, generally speaking, you gotta keep the pressure super tight, because one mistake is literally your ass. Again, I cannot stress how bad defense is, because again, you can't do anything. You're in the corner instantly, and you just gotta deal with the high-low mix. It's a death by 1,000 cuts. This is one of those matchups where I'd recommend actually using your burst as a burst. It's similar to like Arakune and Izanami, where fucking you get separated, you might not have a chance to fight back, so you have to like actually keep your burst. You're very rarely going to be like ODing his pressure, unless it does like some like the human overhead or something like that. But yeah, this matchup sucks. He runs circles around you, and yeah, you can't really deal with him or catch him. It's very hard to catch him too, so yeah, in my opinion, it's one of the worst matchups. If you have a sub, definitely use him for that. Alright, so Tager. It's a weird matchup. It's volatile. Yeah, it's one of those volatile matchups. Technically, due to 5C, you can kind of space him out a little bit. Same with 3C. But generally speaking, though, when you pressure him and stuff like that, you're going to be in his range, in his game. So it's either even or possibly in Azrael's favor. Due to Tigger's buttons and just limited movement. Tigger's one of the best backdashes in the game, but generally speaking, in the corner he can't really backdash, not really, you just keep 5A'ing. Like, he tries to backdash you, it's like whatever. Yeah, it's like whatever. You just keep 5A'ing. Or just keep pressing buttons. That is one of the nice things. You have to keep an eye on his spark meter at all times. Obviously, because Spark Ball is just, you know, free magnetism depending on how he does it. Even if you growl it, I'm pretty sure it still magnetizes you. But if you growl it, you get points for, like, crushing their soul. 4D? I mean, it's not crazy fast, but it's decent enough. The main thing that is a bit dangerous about the matchup is that, not Azrael, rather, Tager is the best character at dealing with Azrael's drives. Because basically, Azrael's pressure has natural gaps in it due to the way his buttons work. So you always have to have the threat of his command grabs because it has invul frames. But on top of that, if he instant blocks your drives, they're minus enough where he can instant block it and then butter churn on you and basically punish you, or at the very least, put you in a checkmate situation where it's like you're gonna get grabbed if it's not a flat out punish. So you have to be very careful when pressuring him in general and when throwing out drive mix. It's pretty fucked. When you're magnetized, I mean, he can charge like 6A and stuff like that to reel you in. I mean, you literally just hit him with low. Same thing with Sledge. It's just you hit it with a low or like back off and make it whiff. Both moves have guard point, which is why you got him with the low. Aside from that, generally speaking, in terms of like running Oki on Tager, you basically want to do like cross-ups and like things like that. You don't want to just like 5A. Like normally for like Azrael Oki, it's like you just, it's like whatever. It's like, okay, I'll just 5A here and just cover everything. It doesn't matter. Well, with this character, due to the threat of command grabs, you may want to do like cheeky cross-ups and things like that. Just because the threat is there and you want to like be able to like maybe mix his inputs and things like that. Never tech in the air versus Tager. Because he can reset you in the air. If he purple grabs you, literally just double jump after you tech it. Because he'll like purple grab you and then try to like reel you into the command grab, so just double jump it and JB. Or mash JB, either one works. There are some situations where if you have the life lead, it's not even a bad idea to just fuck the Oki and just back off. Because Azrael, this is one of the rare matches where Azrael can technically just timer scam him, because it's like he's not going to be able to catch up to you, technically. One thing is though, he can like, I forget how he does it exactly, but he can stall his air momentum slightly with certain air moves like J2C and things of that nature. So anti-air him can be a little tricky, but 6B is like so good at it though, so it doesn't really matter too much. You can play aggressive if you want, but I wouldn't. Like, he technically can't stop you from getting in, it's just the problem is, you got in, and you're in his range, you have to play his game. so sometimes getting in is even the best option. After that, aside from that gadget finger, you can sometimes backdash it to potentially avoid some command throws. But he can hold one of his command throws, and if you backdash it, you still get like reeled in. So yeah, gadget finger is still just like an RPS game between like jumping, backdashing, and DPing. Generally use 5C a lot to your advantage. Like this is the one button you have that like. Oh, you can also use 6C as well to like throw bait. 6C is also really good. But just use 5C a lot to your advantage basically, and space them out as best you can. That's about it. Alright, so on to S. Alright, so S is not as bad as other Azrael players think it is. I honestly want to say that Azrael can fight S relatively well. Not the best at it, but it's not bad. Like, a lot of Azrael players hate this matchup. I kind of don't see it. I get why other people hate this character, no, for sure, I understand that. But for Azrael, it's not that bad. So obviously she has like big buttons and whatnot. Her air normals are ridiculous, like very fast. She has basically like melty blood air normals where they're just cover an insane amount of range and are very fast for what they are. But in terms of S, her zoning is very, very slow. Like her zoning is easy enough for you to deal with. Like, no, you didn't miss the S laner. We just started talking about her. But yeah, in terms of her zoning, it's free. It's just growler bait. It's free. Yeah, you don't really have to like worry about her zoning as Azrael. You just stay grounded, and you growler her. That's basically it. Yeah, it's all slow enough where you just growl it on reaction, no problem. And her air dash, due to like the arc, it's actually very easy to 2C her. Yeah, I was getting to that. Like, but yeah, due to her arc, it's very easy to anti her. Surprisingly enough, despite her big normals, they do extend her hurt box, so like 5A and 5B can be relevant in this matchup. It's not as bad as you think. And again, due to her air dash arc, you just 2C that sometimes. So it's not too bad. Her damage is generally low to average, so it allows you to make a couple of mistakes here and there. Because Azrael obviously has high health. You do have to respect her round start though. So you like round start, you gotta back off usually. Like the like Reborn mentioned, she does have an OS with 3C similar to Jin, where she can just cover Panzer on Wake, but she doesn't even need to do that. Yeah, it can low profile Panzer and catch back dive, but she doesn't even need to do that, right? Like in the corner when she has the crest on you, literally doing this makes Panzer whiff. Like she can just do this. She can run Oki normally and make Panzer whiff. It's so bad. It's insane. Oh, Days might be raiding? Oh, cool. Days giving the clout. I guess he's hopping off BlazBlue. Oh, that's cool. I mean, we're just gonna be talking about matchups anyway, but I appreciate it, I suppose. Be on your best behavior? Alright, let's try not to scare him off, I guess. Raid Shadow Legends. Oh my god, I hate it already. Alright guys, scare the hose away. Play MF Doom. But yeah, anyways, in terms of her instant overhead, yeah, she just goes over Panzer. It's pretty bad. Oh, the raid, oh no. Oh, it was good, EGF. Welcome back to the stream. Oh god damn, it's a lot of people. Okay. This is Melty? No, unfortunately we are on BlazBlue. We made the mistake of hopping on BlazBlue. We're going over matchups and stuff. Yo, it's Guilty Gear. Right, this is Slayer versus... What the fuck is like the Guilty Gear equivalent of S? Anyways, back to this matchup, right? So... Ram? Pfft. I don't think she really has a Guilty Gear equivalent like that, I guess. Not really. Oh, there's probably some Shoto character in Guilty Gear we're not thinking of right now. But anyways, I don't play Guilty Gear. Yeah, bro, this is not a Guilty Gear zone. We play roguelikes and occasionally we pretend to play BlazBlue. But yeah, no, I appreciate the raid. I just realized it's PSN. Yeah, because I'm not doing any matches. I'm literally just going over matchups. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just do it on PSN because I don't feel like going to my PC. Anyways, back to the matchups. SSDP, it does not hit from behind, so you can cross her up, no problem. It's not like, say, Jin or like Ragna, where it's like, you cross them up, you still get hit. It looks weird. The fact that I'm on PSN sucks, because when I fuck up like a demonstration here, I can't just blame the PC port eating my inputs. It's like, nope, I'm actually just this bad. It's like a different version of CF. Mind-boggling, truly. But anyways, despite the fact that her DP doesn't hit behind, it does have a ton of horizontal range, so when you go for like the general like backdash OS after Hornet, it doesn't work on her. It straight doesn't work on her. You still get clipped. It's one of the more annoying things, so you can't really make her DP whiff like you can with other characters. Yeah, her DP sucks. Yeah. Aside from that, she does have like strong air normals that does allow her to sometimes like contest Azrael or beat him in the air. But I mean, JB is still a god. Never figured out how to make the PC port. Yeah, they half-assed the PC port, and apparently they can never fix it. She needs that confirmed on Twitter, basically that the original people that worked on it no longer work with ArcSys. So, yeah, we're stuck with the shitty PC port. But yeah, no, aside from that, she does have strong air normals. In terms of her pressure, it's okay, especially mid-screen. A lot of S players like to pigeonhole themselves into drives, which at that point you can potentially punish with like overdrive or just back off with backdash. But yeah, generally speaking, her pressure isn't all that great. Aside from that, she does have the powered up form, or whatever, where she gains that little stock thing. It does allow her to combo off DP and just ups her damage in general. Some S players will try to like throw out a crest and then power up behind that. So you generally want to be ready with like goose stuff and things like that. I wouldn't say you play aggressive in this matchup. You do somewhat. It's a mix. It's a mix, honestly. You play somewhat aggressive. Sometimes you hang back a little bit because you don't want to like play too aggressive and run into her buttons. But yeah. Why fix CF when they can make a new BlazBlue? Well, it's still kind of up in the air. We're getting the new roguelike. Hopefully they announce a new BlazBlue fighting game for the anniversary, though. But yeah, we'll see. Generally it's a straightforward matchup, though. You just stay on the ground, you threaten with Growler, you goose off when appropriate, try not to play too aggressive and run into her buttons. She's not that great at, like, stuffing goose stuff. Not really. Her 5A isn't that crazy, so, no. It's not like Susan, where it's just you literally just mash 5A from full screen and you destroy Gustav. BlazBlue Strive is gonna go crazy. Bro, I do Valiant into like one rep of 5C and get the wall break, I'm gonna start throwing up. Like, no, please don't do this to me. Where the fuck is Rachel? Rachel. There she is. 2DA Katamo's wall break into me crying. Oh god. I really hope they don't bring that like oversimplification thought process into Blaze because we already have stylish mode. So like chill. Like if anything, maybe reset the roster, which I wouldn't want them to do, but that's like the most likely option because we have like 30 fucking characters. But yeah, I wouldn't want it because if they reset the roster, there's a high chance that Azrael won't be back. Wall breaker combo limit? They're both such shitty options. I guess wall break? Because at least I don't have a hard limit on combos. I can pretend to have combos, but like a combo limit is like, yo, you do 2 hits special and that's it? Nah. Anyways, Rachel. Alright, so she's not as bad as you might think. She does play at the top of the screen or whatever. She like floats, she zones you out. But in terms of her zoning, most of her zoning, even with wind, is like slow enough that you can always react and growler it. You can kind of try to like chase her in the air with like JC and things like that, but you generally want to stay on the ground, just be ready with growler. It's still fucked, don't get me wrong, but it's not crazy to the point where like, oh dude, it's hopeless. Yeah, Rachel players love to keep away from you, but yeah, you generally have growler to deal with it. Like even at all levels, growler is just going to be relevant. You keep an eye on her wind gauge at like basically all times. It's pretty crucial. Hopefully, basically the way depending on how she plays, she can potentially run out of wind, which is when you like really try to go the fuck in. I'd say you play aggressive without getting too wild, because she can play lame the entire matchup. She has one of the stronger anti-airs in the game with 6-8 as guard point as well. So you do have to be careful a bit when jumping in on her. Well, that has a decent amount of recovery, and even though it does have like good vertical range, it can lose to like J2C. Like double jump, J2C, stall momentum, whatever. But yeah, it's still a pretty fucking good anti-air. You can growler her standard Oki if you choose just to use like Frog or whatever, but she can, like layer 2, she just meaties you with 2A on top of the projectile Oki, and like, there goes growler, you get counter hit. As far as defensive options, she only really has like the 2C chair, which has guard point. You can, I believe you can jump cancel it. Like you can trigger the guard point, jump cancel it, or throw her out of it, so. You should still be careful. I'm pretty sure it doesn't hit from behind, so you can... Oh, let's test that out real quick. Okay, that was because I pushed a button. But yeah, it doesn't really hit from behind, so you just deal with it like that, with cross-ups and things like that. It's not too bad. She randomly has high damage in the corner, though, because of bats. It's pretty dumb. Like, the bats steal your health. It's pretty fucked. Like, her damage will say, like, the combo damage will say one thing, but in actuality, it's something else. Like, it's an extra, like, 1k. At certain angles, yeah, it can. Unlike Valk or S, though, her instant overheads does not go under your DP, so you can like DP her actually. Her pressure is susceptible to that, so that's actually a plus. But yeah, it really comes down to just having patience, waiting for her to eventually land and using Felix appropriately. There isn't really too much to this matchup, honestly, in terms of like the neutral goes. You just, again, it's just the standard zoner versus rushdown character matchup with like weak-ish zoning. The main fucking nightmare comes from just, you know, dealing with like Rachel offense, because that's like instant overheads and shit like that. Fuzzies, the works. So like that, you're gonna get washed there. But in terms of like the neutral, it's not nearly as bad as you might think. It's still an only catcher, but you know, you can live with it. You know what I'm saying? There isn't too much else that I wrote down for Rachel. So, yeah, no, not really. For whitest anti-air, yeah, that anti-air is ridiculous. Alright, so Amane, despite appearances, despite being a zoner, this matchup is actually in Azrael's favor. Can I show it off? Hold on. Hold on. Let's see if I can show it off. Oh, that might be a bit too. Hold on. Okay, good enough, good enough. Yeah. There you go. Right, so you play aggressive in this matchup. Amane's zoning has dead zones near him and it extends his hurt box, so you can easily anti-air him or force trades. So yeah, it's not bad at all. He has no reversals outside of his super, which is not great. He has no mix. He strictly relies on chip damage. Drill Loki, you can growler that. Pretty much almost all his setups, really. He has follow-ups after his like little command jump, but I'm pretty sure you can anti-air that or DP it. So his pressure isn't that scary. I mean, obviously level 3 drill is something to deal with. You got a barrier that or whatever, it's gonna eat up your barrier, things like that, but he still needs to set that up, basically. His combo damage is randomly high, though. You do have to worry about that sometimes. Like, I've seen people eat like 5k off getting anti-aired, and his anti-airs are relatively solid, I'd say. He has like situational ones, but they all work relatively well. But yeah, no, in terms of this matchup, yeah, you just play aggressive. Like, you go the fuck in, honestly. It's not as bad as it looks. Obviously, don't get too crazy with it, but yeah. You can just force trades, or flat out just beat. Actually, hold on. Yeah, like you can just do that. It's not bad at all. There's other examples of that, not just that, where it's like you anti-air him from like half screen away. It's mad funny. Once you get in, it's basically over. He has no like gimmicks, no dodges, no nada. He counter assaults, I guess, and that's basically it. A lot of these like versus zoner matchups, you do have to keep your pressure tight though. But I mean, if you're an Azrael or if you're Assault, you're doing that anyway. You're fucking him up. I don't really have too much that I wrote down here to say here. Not really. Yeah, no, it's a free matchup. Well, not free obviously. If you're like a badass or you don't have patience, things like that, then like yeah, it can be. You can have a tough time. But if you're he who is nice, right? You'll be okay. I do want to speed things along though, because yeah, we have been here for a while. Alright, so Tsubaki. Fuck this character. Oh my goodness, Tsubaki. This matchup is in Tsubaki's favor. She's a Shoto character on crack. The other whitest stand. Yeah, this character is cracked. She has good staggers. She has a close range command grab that is always a threat. I believe it gives her stocks as well. She has plus on block overheads, which makes her pressure very solid between the staggers, the command grab, the plus on block overheads. She has multiple ways to bait out wake up DP with like she has a bunch of like low profile moves like space 2B, things of that nature, her sweep, her slide, and all that shit. She can make her DP safe with fireball and things of that nature, so yeah, it's kind of fucked. You can also, I believe her DP hits from behind as well. Thank you, Shinra. I've been saying this. The gorilla no one wants to admit is one. Tsubaki players admit it, but like the general masses, people think it's Tsubaki. It's whatever, right? But no, she is very very ignorant. She's one of the more Unga characters in the game, up there with like Susan, like Loki. The Blue Punisher skull tattooed on her. Oh my god. Wouldn't surprise me. She's the whitest character, bro. She's literally like an incest baby too on top of that. Like, bro, royalty, white, incest baby, like gross. Disgusting character. She has good pokes too. That is a lie. That is a straight up lie. She does plenty of damage. Like, she gets a solid 3k every time. Potentially more than that, honestly. And if she punishes you with like, you know, like a fatal counter, whatever the fuck, right, into Mugen, you're dead. Yeah, you hold forward mash. Yo, what's good, Demon? Growler versus some of her layer 1 setups can work if she just throws out like TK Fireball, whatever the fuck, to cover rolls and shit like that, but let me know fucking Tsubaki is doing it. Let's be real here. They know about Growler, they're gonna like meaty with a ton of other options. Generally when she has stocks, you can't really play around it, not really. You can't really deny her stocks like that. So, yeah, she's gonna have stocks eventually, sooner or later, and those stocks add invul frames or make her move safe. Well, she's not a common character, Manunga, so I won't hold you for that, but she definitely does high damage. Yeah, it is. The Banana Super, you can just Growler the entire thing, and you're completely invul while absorbing, and you have no recovery. Like, she can't punish you for absorbing it, so yeah, no. If she, for whatever reason, throws out the Banana Super, just Growler it. Yeah, it's not bad at all. She can convert off most things, basically, due to her, like, dive kick-ish move or whatever. And things like that, so very solid character. She's a very solid character. In my experience fighting a bunch of, well, not a bunch of Tsubakis, but a handful of Tsubakis, like Badlime and other dudes like that player, it's a very volatile matchup. Like, it's very just, we both swing for the fences. It depends though, because she is a Shoto character, so she can play solid, you just never see Tsubakis do that. She sets the pace of the matchup, essentially. And you don't want to get too crazy with her, because again, she has invul backing her up. You know what I mean? So there's that to deal with. It's a matchup that's in Tsubaki's favor in general. You can deal with it like you can any other Shoto character. But, yeah, you just gotta know that, yeah, Tsubaki's will just chimp out on you, you know what I'm saying? Alright, moving along. So, we're gonna cover New 13 and Lambda kinda together-ish, I guess. This is a counter pick if you're bad. That sounds like an asshole thing to say, but like, yeah, if you're bad, you're gonna suck at this matchup. Yeah, Azrael clears. Moving on. Yeah, it's a free matchup. It's probably Azrael's best matchup. Like, straight up. Like this invalidates you completely. Like, your entire game plan. And you don't have chip damage. Like, New 13, she can't do chip damage on her sword, so she literally doesn't have a win condition. Like, at most, she can, like, snipe you, like, smack you trying to get in on her, but, like, aside from that, it's like, like, what is she really doing to you? Once you get in, she has no options. Like, all she has is, like, her shitty counter assault. I've seen that shit whiff at point blank. Like, it's not good. It's not good at all. One thing I will say, I believe it's her 40. She can make it invisible if you're, like, full screen. Like, you can't see it. Yeah, her super as well. Yeah, you just Growler that for free. Literally, the only thing you really gotta worry about is getting anti-aired with, like, 6D, I guess, and the Gravity Seed, whatever the fuck the input is, I don't know. Gravity Seed can kind of put Goose Stop, it, like, stops you in your tracks in terms of Goose Stop, but you can just forward dash past it. Her reversal, oh, is it 2 and 4? Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, that can kind of, like, stop you in your tracks a little bit. Hold on. But you can just forward dash past it, so it's not the end of the world. Or just wait for it to pass. Or if, like, fucking, you have this. Like this. This is like... Okay, not that, because I'm bad, but TK Growler is, like, godlike. The one thing you do have to worry about is that she can, like, I don't know what the fuck the move is called, but she can, like, stock a sword or whatever. Keep it, like, hovering in the air above you, and she can use that to convert off of, like, instant overheads. Or fake you out. Basically, when you're trying to growl or something, it's like, she'll, like, delay it. Luminous, thank you. She can do that. That is, I guess, something to deal with, but yeah, overall, this matchup is free. When you do Phalanx her, you generally want to keep it. Like, there are some situations where, yeah, you'll, like, throw it out at her immediately, but there are some situations, most of them, is where you keep it, and you keep it for the mind game. Because with the way her zoning works, it's not like she's going to be all the way up here, you know, zoning you, right? Not really. She has to be on the ground, so she has to be in Phalanx range. So, yeah. Phalanx, it's always a factor versus her, and I mean, you do this, and you just get in. On defense, all you really care about is like the Murakumo backdash, which you can Gustav it, like, straight up. Like, you just beat it with, like, delayed Gustav. Or just straight up OS it, I think, with just 5A Gustavs over and over again, honestly. So, like, yeah, no. It's not really that hard to deal with. In the corner, she's fucked. It's a free matchup. With Lambda, it's still free, but just slightly less so. Where the fuck is Lambda? I'm pretty sure I, like, passed her twice. Okay, there you are. With Lambda, she's more of like a hybridish character, where she does have a little bit of like rushdown tools or whatever. She has 2-2D. This has like invul in the beginning, but very little invul. 5e is active enough to just beat it out, flat out, like straight up. And even if you don't, it's just it's whatever. You just 6C air fatal. Double weak points into GG's. In the corner, she's fucked. Murakumo backdash you deal with it the exact same way. Generally speaking, there aren't too many differences with this matchup. I mean, sure, she has some tools that are like different or whatever, like her own overhead, and she has this like teleport move or whatever. But there's not really that many significant differences. It's generally free. Oh yeah, this. Yeah. It's pretty, like, okay. I don't think Azrael has anything that really punishes it or anything like that. He's, like, too stubby for it or whatever. But yeah, she has, like, more, I guess, yeah, just rush down tools or whatever. Their anti-airs don't have really much range, but they're pretty decent. You can fuzzy jump the follow-ups. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if you could just do that. So, yeah, no, this character also is not great. Shoutouts to Monarch, though, for making her work. But yeah, just going over those characters, like, super quickly. We have a couple characters left, but they're... I can go over them pretty quickly, it's not that bad. We'll be here for like another hour or so. Alright, so move 12. Fuck this character. It's a Growler callout? Yeah. Yeah, I think she has more damage than New 13, I could be wrong on that. But yeah, she deals with Growler a little bit better, not by much, mind you, but hey, it's a decent option. But anyways, fuck this character. She is, I'd say she's a counterpick along with 9 and other characters like that. I'd say she's a counterpick to Azrael. She beats them pretty handily in a lot of situations. Same shit as Hakumen, right? Where it's like she has 5C, not Hakumen, Jin rather, or 5C and JC, just stop sign buttons. Her DP, it hits from both sides, and it has more range than you think it does. So cross-ups are a no-go. You can't Growler it despite how it looks. Usually you can't really stop her from setting up like her steins and crap like that. She just usually just does them in the air where you can't really deal with it. In terms of her steins, you have to keep an eye on them at all times. Because the steins will follow the path of how she placed them. So you can sometimes end up growling a bit too early, but as long as you keep track of where the steins are and where the lasers are coming from, you can growler them appropriately. Aside from that, she also has the slow-moving fireball, and she can also throw the steins at you. They're all pretty easy to see coming in growler, so that's not really an issue. It's more so the lasers will just mix you up a bit, depending on the placements. She has good Oki, and she has good damage in the corner, but generally speaking, mid-screen, she isn't really fucking doing it to you like that. Not really. Unless she gets like a counter hit or something, but generally speaking, mid-screen, her damage isn't great. Her mix also, yeah, she doesn't really have much in terms of like mix. Like what she has like this into the RC low and shit like that. But generally speaking, even when you have to hold her set play, it's nothing like super ridiculous that's gonna make you, you know, want to kill yourself. New is theoretically higher off normals, but New does less normals than Lambda, and Lambda beats her in special starters. Right. We have a bit of a Murakumo expert here. But yeah, aside from her DP, she obviously has the Murakumo backdash, the classic. I will scream about this when we get to Izanami, which is coming up soon. But yeah, she has a cross-up move. Excuse me. She has a cross-up move. You can generally anti-air it. It's still kind of annoying though. It doesn't have invul, but it's like hard to hit out of, like during the startup or whatever. Sometimes. If she DPs when you do TK Growler, what happens? I mentioned that. Yeah, you get hit. Yeah, you can't Growler her her DP, even though it literally looks like a stun. It looks like it should be a perk shot, but you can't. Yeah. Generally, just because of the fact that her DP exists, it makes pressuring her hard. She's like a set play zoner-ish character. I'm like 90% sure you can. Let me double check just to be sure. Hold on. I'm like 90% sure you can. What the fuck is the input for it? Okay. Yeah. So, that sucks. That definitely sucks. But yeah, the cross-up move, you can OS it with like the reverse Panzer input OS, or just anti-air it if you see it coming. Yeah, fighting her sucks. Like she has stop sign buttons, she has zoning, which is a bit tricky to deal with. She can kind of stay in the air slightly with her like signs a bit, so it's a bit annoying to catch her. JC is somewhat relevant in this matchup, but overall, even when you catch her, it's like, it's not great. It's not great at all. And she has a decent amount of health. So yeah, this matchup, it sucks. It sucks for Azrael, just simple as. Where is my... I like passed her twice, I know it. Where the fuck is Mai? Oh, and I don't have Mai, actually. I'm pretty sure I don't have Mai. Yeah, I don't have Mai, actually. Oh, so you guys are gonna have to just look at Makoto, I guess. That's funny. That's funny. I totally forgot I don't have Mai. I don't lab against her, and yet I know how to deal with her better than every other Azrael player. That's funny. That is funny. But anyways... Hey, I gave the disclaimer in the beginning that there's going to be some dead space in terms of, like, you know, visuals, right? Because there are some characters where I don't know how they work. Or rather, I know how they work, but I can't actually recreate the things they do. Same for Mai, except for different reasons, because I just don't own her. Oh, man. I don't know what to tell you, bro. But anyways, with my general consensus is that this matchup sucks for Azrael. If you have a skill issue, then this matchup is a counter pick for you. Because you will get knowledge checked to oblivion, or you know you're just bad, right? You don't have the patience for it. you'll have a bad time. If you're actually solid at the game, that sounds so much more condescending than I want it to, but if you have patience, right, you can deal with it. She has solid range, but despite this, she's really too good at keeping on Azrael. She has the, I guess, spear, like, dash forward move. You can generally just 6A that or just jump over it in JB. The spear dive kicks that she does from the air, you block those in the air. Or just anti-air it with 6B. 6B is literally perfect at anti-airing it due to the angle. But again, you can just block them. If you're not confident, just block them in the air. And they're no longer plus. You just 5B when you land. Her 2B loses to Azrael, 3C as per usual. Flip is similar to Lambda, where you just smack her out of it, really, with like 5B, 6C, and so on. Her reversals, the guard point, has the same issue as just any other guard point. You just cancel the move, you jump cancel the move, and that's it. The other reversal super, where it's like this like spear jump or whatever, that doesn't have Invul Frame 1. Her mix isn't really scary, but you can't DP her overheads randomly because Panzer will whiff. Panzer fucking sucks, dude. It's insane. This was free. Yeah, probably because of that. That's probably why I got her. But yeah, you can't DP versus overheads. It'll go over your DP, and you'll be sad. Aside from that, you just hang back at neutral. Her fireball is pretty easy to deal with. You see it coming. You just growler it. Yeah, it's not frame 1 invul. Her 2C anti-air is massive, but it has decent startup, kind of similar to Susan in a sense. So it'll sometimes lose to like JBs, like instant air dash JB and things like that. You don't really want to use it versus like double jumps, or rather, you don't want to double jump versus her because it's good versus double jumps due to the range. It's kind of a cross-up. Yeah, sometimes I guess. I know what you mean, yeah. Yeah, sometimes it can be. But yeah, that's generally it. You hang back, you JB when she tries to like dash towards you on the ground. The flip, you can just smack it with 5B or 6C. Spear dives, again, you just jump it or anti-air it. It's really not bad. In terms of, yeah, once you get in, I mean, it's kind of a wrap. It's kind of a done deal from there. There isn't really too much to say about it, and it's not like I can show you guys either. But yeah, that's, once you know the basics of fighting her, it's not bad. Review the mirror? There's really... I'm not gonna review the mirror. Maybe if it's not too late when I finish this up, I'll review the mirror. Like, alright guys, we're gonna review the mirror, and then I just play my CMV. Alright, so Carl, you pick a different character. Review the Azcore Azrael matchup. Oh my god. It's like 6-4. Yeah, you pick a different character. I'm gonna be so real with you. No DP, but he has this whirl that loses to lows. It's annoying. You have to constantly like adjust your pressure towards it, and either mix immediately or just constantly go for lows. This shit is cheeks. He dies in 2 hits though. That's the one cool thing about it. But other than that, did I mention for the Jin matchup that like CDP leaves you crouching? I'm pretty sure I did, right? I'm pretty sure I did. I mentioned it somewhere. Okay. Anyways, you keep the sound on when you fight this character, because he can call the doll from off screen and hit you with a fireball you literally don't see coming. That's always fun. Around start, Carl can just play it safe and just have the doll do the work for him. He can generally just do that all the time, honestly. He's one of those characters that can put you in guard bonus consistently, because he's that fucked up. Beating up the doll, I mean, it helps a bit, but not by much. It's not like, say, Relius, where it's like you smack the doll and the doll disappears. Generally, if he has the doll, like, near him, or sandwiched by him, while you're pressuring him, he can, like, mash out doll moves, I believe. I'm pretty sure you can do that in this version, so you have to keep the pressure tight, generally. I'm pretty sure you can do counter assault into a doll move once he's out of block stun. So you can get like counter assault into Oki, which is fun. That's like you're pressuring him. No, you're not. He has corner set play, obviously, and unblockable loops you cannot do anything about. Yeah, the corner set play just keeps him safe 90% of the time. Carl can also have the doll anti-air, so approaching him from the air is a bit rough. Your best bet is to keep the doll meter low, or when the doll dies, that is your cue to rush the fuck in versus him. But it's not like he's completely helpless. Yeah, generally speaking, right? He has the Oki move he does, where it's like the doll just like slashes towards you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can set up like low to the ground air dashes after that, safe jumps after that. Generally, yeah, you're gonna have a bad time. This is one of those matches where you hold on to your burst, because your burst might be the only thing that stops you from getting unblockable loops versus good Carls. This matchup is trash. Do not play it if you can avoid it. In terms of just avoiding the doll, you do have to like jump over this one like forward advancing move it has. Yeah, he auto baits it, yeah. If the Carl's really good with it. Like, you have to do like a frame perfect DP to get out of it. And that's like maybe. It'll maybe work. But yeah, this is one of those matchups where I don't have too much to say, if only because I don't exactly have that much experience with Carl, but generally when I fought him, it's been horrible even when I win. So I'm just going to move on real quick to Litchi. Azrael can't do that because his backdash is grounded. So, yeah, you just hold that. This is very much in Litchi's favor. She, round start is somewhat of a mixed bag. Usually she can win round start, but every so often Litchi will do something stupid at round start. Like, they'll do that one stance move or whatever. I don't know what the stance move input is. They'll do like a stance move that, like, if you trigger the guard point, they can like hit you with the staff or whatever. That just obviously loses the lows. But usually speaking, they generally win the round start game, or they'll just back off. In terms of how she plays, she generally can play at like the top of the screen, just like throw shit at you, like all day, just throw the staff at you. Yeah, when the staff spins around her, yeah. Yeah, just you're gonna be dealing with this all day long. You have to have patience. You can't overcommit. You have to like forward dash or walk. Be on the ground for the growler attempts, but you can't get too crazy with it. She will check you. I believe once you growler the first staff as it comes in, when it comes back, it can't hit you. I'm like 90% sure. But yeah, you generally stay on the ground. Her DP, she cannot RC it. It hits both sides, but she can't RC it. So if you block it, that is go time. Thankfully. Her two-way low profile is DP straight up. It's like, it's weird. It doesn't look like it should. Like, it looks like a normal two-way. But you can't DP it. I mean, she has like safe jump setups anyway that work around it. Generally speaking, she can cross you up in the corner, so you do want to sometimes be DPOSing for that. Generally, layer 1 stuff, yeah, you'll growler it, but like layer 2, like she can just easily just 2A you, like meaty 2A or do whatever it is, and basically punish you for wake up growler attempts. Keep in mind when she has staff and when she doesn't have staff. Obviously, when she has staff, she can DP without it. She's kind of fucked without meter. Also, her normals do change, I believe. She also has, with staff, she has a move she can feint to close the gap, similar to like Terumi 6B, where she closes the gap and then throws you. She has things like that. Yeah, it doesn't have a hitbox returning, yeah. It's hard to catch her, you do have to rely on JC to snipe her out of the air, and things like that. But yeah, aside from that, catching her is tough. Like, you try to catch her and that puts you in the perfect spot to get, like, smacked by the staff as she throws it downwards. So this is one of those matchups where it's, again, it's pretty shit. It's pretty shit. You just have to deal with, like, staff zoning. But again, you have Growler, which helps. Growler just being the godsend as per usual. She does have to land eventually, so that's when you time your phalanx. Basically, yeah, just try to approach. You do not let her fucking... Like, you get her to the corner, don't let her, like, air dash over you. Or anything like that. It just puts you right back to square one. There isn't too much room for error, because she can just play lame the entire game, and then convert off any hit into getting the health lead, and then keep playing lame. So, it's pretty rough. But yeah, once you get in, it's not too bad even though you have to deal with DP. It's not too bad. Yeah, there isn't really too much to do, just stay grounded, honestly. Stay grounded, for the most part. Until you get into like around this range, then you maybe want to risk with an air dash. Just because JB is so good. Surprisingly enough, Azrael does kind of beat her in the air a little bit. Surprisingly enough, for her air buttons, they're not bad, but... Yeah, Azrael just beats her in the air somewhat. So you can sometimes risk air dashes in, and her anti-airs are all situational. So depending on the situation, you know, being in the air versus her is not too bad. Shout out to Zach, by the way, Mr. Fair and Balanced. Izayoi. White woman plus ultra. You know, EX white woman. You pick a different character. On paper, she's Azrael's worst matchup, or second worst. Like, it's arguably worse than 9. But in practice, it's not as bad, if only because there are no Izayoi players outside of SKD. And that one JP guy. Best character in the game? Yeah, she's up there. She has, like, a lot of the same problems, or rather, Azrael has a lot of the same problems fighting her as he does with Jin, but with the added bonus of having to deal with Valk level mix. It's like, oh, that's just great. Whether she's in gain out or normal form, she can always OS your DP and backdash. Growlering fireballs is not even good. Like, yeah, you get phalanx and that helps you out a little bit at neutral, but it's not even good, because she still gets stocks from it. Also, you cannot deny her win condition. Like, with Terumi, for example, like I mentioned, you can deny his win condition by, like... Because he can't build a meter by himself, right? With Izayoi, literally, worst case scenario, she does this. She does this. I look at that, it's like, you're fucked. You're fucked. Like she presses one button and that's it. You're not denying her win condition no matter what. She has a very strong J. Very strong J. Very strong JA. Her 2A literally pisses me off. Look at the range on that shit. Ridiculous. J is super good. Her JB is cracked. Like, she has fantastic buttons. Don't let anybody, like, lie to you. On top of that, she has slashes, which she can do in the air as well, which are also just able to cock block you. And it's plus. Her DP hits both sides like Jin, but she doesn't have the same problem where she's crouching, so even if you bait her DP, the damage isn't amazing. On top of all that. She has easy access to plus frames with her 2A, as well as, I believe it's her 2C? No, it's not her 2C. What is that move that she does? There's a move she can do that's like plus. I don't remember what it is. I want to say it's on a C normal. Probably, yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah, gain R2C. Yeah, so she has access to plus frames on both modes. I mean, if the Izayoi is fucking like they're not gonna do this, right? But like, if they're fucking stupid, if they like try to like gain our dash from full screen, then yeah, it's a free anti-air. But generally speaking, they're gonna layer their approach. She also can play at the top of the screen due to her gain art dash. And again, Azrael cannot really deal with the top of the screen like that. And she has the Sonic Sabers as well, the EX Sonic Sabers, to cover her teleports, things like that. You can Growler that, but depending on the timing of her teleport, she can basically make you DP by accident or something. Yeah, catching her at the top of the screen is just easier said than done. It's similar to Valk though, where it's like death by 1,000 cuts, but if she gets a counter hit though, you explode. Patience is recommended in this matchup, but it's hard to find a spot to get in, honestly. And again, there's no denying her win condition, no matter what, so like you're gonna deal with the mix eventually, and she's one of those characters that can like run some crazy shit on Azrael because he's like a tall hitbox character. In things like Overdrive, she can like cancel her DP on Whiff into like teleports and things like that, which is, it makes her relatively safe. Same with her super, so have fun with that. It's pretty fucked. It's pretty fucked. She also has gain art backdash as well on top of that, which can sometimes help her escape certain situations on Wake Up. This again, this matchup sucks. She is the counter pick. She's absolutely the counter. I mean, granted, fucking, it's a high commitment to play her, right? That's the one good thing. You don't really see Izayoi running around like that. But, yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Like, just, she'll play lame all game, pop overdrive, whatever it is to get stocks, run it on you, and you can't really do shit. Yeah, you play a different character. Alright, so if Chaotic was here, he'd like argue with me, but he's not here, unfortunately. This matchup sucks too. On paper, Izayoi is like Azrael's worst matchup, but this is effectively Izayoi's worst matchup. Azrael's worst matchup, Azrael's worst matchup, but this is effectively his worst matchup, because this is the character you're gonna run into more. Like this is so bad. It's ridiculous. It's within his top 3. Like, it's Izayoi, Izanami, and then 9. Azrael has no reliable way to run away from her, so if she wants to just turn on Ribcage and say, fuck neutral or whatever, she can just do that. What is the input for Ribcage? As a joke character, for sure, for sure. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, you just do this. You can't escape. Azrael's not fast enough. Azrael's not fast enough to deal with her. You can Growler her like Pinwheel Loki, but like most characters that have Projectile Loki, aside from like Kagura, Makoto, and so on, she can just work around it and just meet you with a normal. Growlering Bits is good, don't get me wrong. It is like a good option, but she can generally play in the air. Like, Gustav can't catch her. Bits will smack you out of your air dash. It's like, what do you do? Also, what's fucked is that she can, what's it called? She can do this. Like, you can never beat her in the air. She can just anti-air while she's in the air. So, have fun with that. And her 6A anti-air is very, very good. Right, this is where the part where I fall into depression. So, you know the Murakumo backdashes, right? This is Murakumo. She's, based off of them, right? Oh, man. Her backdash is better than the Murakumos she is based off of. Her backdash is so good, in fact, that it literally invalidates, It invalidates Azrael. Like, straight up. Like, Azrael's Gustav is not a thing in this matchup. I'll try to give you a visual here in a sec. But, you can't, yeah, you can't really do anything. I'll show it off in a bit. Yeah, like this, and then it's like if you if you try to catch it with, like, say, I don't know, like Gustav into Gustav. I have a whole video on it, but it's not happening if you do it right. Alright, that time I fucked it up, but yeah. Yeah. Even if you 6C, she can, like, backdash and anti-air because she recovers faster than the other Murakumos. Or if, like, you try to, like, say double Gustav, she can, like, backdash and then 2A you out of the Gustav. Like, Growler, which is your main approach tool and one of your best pressure tools as well, which gives you plus frames, does not work versus her. It's horrible. I question why. Obviously her air buttons themselves are also just pretty solid. And then she can obviously do her, like, standing normals in the air as well. Yeah, her normals are not bad. The one thing that is a bit of a saving grace that's not as exclusive is that if she is pressuring you with, like, the bits form, you can ODR her and EA to try to get her off, but I mean that's not really good versus Azrael, right? Or as Azrael, because again, EA sends her full screen, so it's pretty bad. DP doesn't work. It's not like, say, other DPs like Jin, where Fenrich showed us that you can, like, clash DP and then throw her. You can't do that. 2B, it can low profile everything. It can even low profile Phalanx, which is like some shit. Her 50-meter reversal is pretty fucking fast. It's one of the faster ones, I believe. So, yeah, even when you pressure her, it's not game over. It's not like other, like, set play characters like Carl, say, potentially, where you can end the game. Well, for her, it's like, no. She can make her EA safe in Overdrive. She can literally, like, throw the pinwheel behind the EA. Nami hates the system mechanics is a thing. What do you mean he hates the system mechanic? Elaborate on that. Anyways, her teleport sweep that she can do in the air. According to Chaotic, you can fucking, like, 3C on reaction. I've never done it myself, but supposedly it's a thing. You can make the 3C safe. Well, she can make the 3C safe with bits. Generally, so you block that, it's her turn. Aside from that, you really have no option aside from, yeah, just block the mix, asshole. Like, yeah, that's really your only option, just block the mix and hope she eventually runs out of barrier and then try to catch her during that time. What if a team of the top Japanese Azrael players were to face a team of Izanami players? Oh my god, don't talk to me about that. So for those not in the know, fun fact, fucking, this is funny every time I hear about it, or talk about it. Japanese Azrael players, there was like 5v5, Azrael versus a singular Izanami, not even like a team of them, just a singular Izanami, filtered all of them, like soloed the entire team. And the top Azrael players were like, wow, this game is Kusuge, this is trash, this is garbage, why do we play this? And they all quit BlazBlue afterwards. So, this isn't a joke, this isn't an exaggeration, this literally happened. This was a thing. This is why there's very, very few Azrael players in Japan right now. Because he gets dunked on by the top tiers, and in Japan, you know, Izanami's the one running the game over there. So It's like, why play Azrael into this shitty matchup? You know what I'm saying? ODR throw goes through ribs. I mean, that's such a risk in of itself. And I mean, if the Izanami's like even spaced even slightly, your throw's gonna whiff. In terms of instant barrier blocking, I mean, that's good in general, but her set play is so strong. She's so oppressive. I wouldn't really like say that like, oh, dude, this fucks her up. It's not like with like say Azrael, right, where like instant block barrier fucks him up because he can't stagger pressure like normal characters. He doesn't have like, he can't like micro dash pressure like say Naoto. So like instant barrier fucks him up, right? It's not to that extent. Like, yeah, what you mentioned will help, but you'll still get fucking oppressed. And again, she can win neutral at will because you can't run away from her. So if she wants to get in, she'll get in. It's kind of similar to Izayoi, where you can't really stop her game plan. You will have to hold that eventually. And at that point, your defense just gets tested. So have fun with that. And she's a character that has fuzzies. So good luck, asshole. That's really all I can really say. This character beats Azrael relatively easily. Like the rest of these matchups, oh well, there's Jubei. Alright, not the rest of the matchups. Most of the matchups left are fucking awful. Or annoying at the very least. Arakune. What a character. What a character. Alright, so this character plays at the top of the screen, which, as we established, with Litchi, Izayoi, Izanami, and so on, Azrael struggles to deal with it. Like, yes, you have JC, and JC does put in work here, but generally speaking, you're not catching this character. He's very elusive. He has teleports, he has, like, you know, his weird movement options, and so on, so you have to deal with his zoning. You make a single mistake, you are cursed. Due to his toolkit, he encourages mashing, because like 5A mash into full curse combo, things like that. He also has his 6B, which has mid invul. It makes pressuring him suck. Excuse me. Saying his defense is bad. He has a reversal super that's straight up invul. With 6B, due to the way that Azrael has natural gaps in his pressure, if you fucking... You can't really keep your pressure too tight to the point where, like, he won't be able to 6B you. He'll always be able to do it. And it makes everything a dice roll. Like, even after blocking, like, say, Gustav, for example. It's like, okay, you have plus frames, should be your turn. He can just 6B there. He doesn't have to block versus Azrael at all. Yes. So even when you're winning, you're losing. And you're never truly winning versus Arakune, because Arakune can happen at any time. He can simply have hit you, or not even hit you, you blocked one or two bugs, and then he does this. He does that. It's like, oh, guess I'm cursed. Guess I'll lose. That's kind of how it goes. What is it? I'm trying to think, what the fuck was the move he has? Is it? Okay, yeah, it's his. Okay, there it is. This. Ridiculous. You can technically beat him in the air, but you don't want to risk that, because again, you get hit, he converts off into curse. This move is so good, so active, that it beats out Azrael 5A and 5B. Like, this move by itself. So you have to rely on the high committal anti-airs. You're never winning until his health bar is at 0, because he can stage comebacks at any point. And again, on offense, you have to do a 5A, 6B, ODR, EA into curse, which can be safe. It becomes very difficult to really steamroll this character. Like, it's possible, but it's very difficult to, like, play to Azrael's strengths. Because of the way this character's toolkit is, where it's like, he'll always have a chance. Yeah, stuff like YOLO fucking, like, 3C or whatever, but you can 6C that. Well, not YOLO 3C, it's like Land Shark, right? It's 2C, yeah. You can 6C that and stuff like that. Or, like, 3C yourself. But generally speaking, he's gonna be in the fucking air all the time, just trying to zone you out. He is a very volatile character, one of those feast or famine characters, but he has so many ways to just feast on you. It's depressing. It's depressing. Growler, I believe, still gives him curse, even if you Growler bugs. I want to say. And when you're cursed, if an Arakune player is worth their salt, they'll just cross up your inputs, turn invisible, run invisible mix on you, delay the bugs, smack you with any of their actual moves, things like that. So Growler doesn't help as much as you think it does. Like, on paper, Growler is the god. It is the greatest move at dealing with curse, but in practice, you are getting cooked, realistically. All I need is one bug to turn the whole match around, exactly. Like, there is literally zero margin for error. You have to be right so many times. It's insane. Like, every possible micro interaction, you have to be correct. Or you die. Simple as. Fuck this character. There isn't really anything else I really want to cover. That's about it. I guess for advice, I'd say try to get to the point quickly in terms of pressure, like 5A into like drive mix, or like JB into fuck up your TK Growler and cry. Like, you want to mix very quickly and not give them a chance to even think about mashing. That's like the best advice I can really try to give you, but even then. S suffers against this character, and in general, he has a goated matchup spread. Yeah, you have to try to get him to burst too, but that's, I mean, most Arakunes, they're gonna hold on to their burst no matter what because they want to win, unless they're bad. You know, unless they have a skill issue. It's like, you know what, I don't feel like winning this round, you got this, buddy. And then they burst. Oh, I don't have Jubei either, I think. I don't think I have Jubei, actually. Yeah, Arakune is horrible. Yeah, I don't have Jubei. Alright, so Jubei, I'll just go over him real quickly. This is Azrael's favor. Any hit on him counts as crouching because of game design, I guess. So, whenever you hit him, you can go into 3C, into the crouch confirm, which means every combo is into 3C, which means every combo is doing giga damage on him into like amazing corner carry. Like, giving like Azrael, Ragna, Jin free crouch confirms, like that's good shit. That's good shit. Firewall Loki doesn't exist versus Azrael. Like Jubei can't do it, straight up. Jubei is very fast though, and he has a 2B similar to Bullet, so 3C is the go-to right there. He has decent air buns that can somewhat challenge Azrael in the air, but it's nothing you can't really deal with. It's whatever. You always outrange him. Literally, the only thing you have to worry about is just how fast he is. That's basically it. He has no decent reversal outside of just like bad counters. Yeah, so it's like, it could be a death sentence if he like fucks up the counter, he just gets counter hit with drive or whatever the case is. The only time he is ever a threat is when he has the install. Because when he has the install, he can instant overhead you, and that instant overhead goes over Panzer. And on top of that, as I believe Elion is his name, Elion is the one who popularized it in tournament play, is that Jubei with the life lead will run away from you the entire time. He'll just timer scam you because you cannot catch him. Like, not even just Azrael, just any character. So that is like the one thing you have to worry about. As the instant overhead when he has the install, and of course just he gets like extra damage in the install or whatever, but it's mostly whatever. It's mainly just the fact that you can just timer scam you if he has the health lead. But aside from that, pretty free matchup, honestly. Platinum. Yeah, it puts you in negative state. Yeah, because the way the game reads it, he's constantly like pushing buttons. So the way the game reads it is like, you're the one that's pussy. It's like, no. That is not at all the case. Yeah, the timer scam is definitely relevant. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. Jubei does have stagger pressure though. I will say that. He does have some decent staggers and stuff like that, but you can generally just backdash him, although he can like run up on you and like pull up 2B or whatever. And that can potentially catch backdash. So he's not hopeless against it, but yeah, overall it's just not great. It's a free matchup. You do too much damage for him to like, you know, whatever strengths he has to make a difference. Platinum. Alright, so her 5B is like crazy. Kind of crazy for what it is. Like she has the 5B, and what the fuck is it? Is it? She has a move that's like similar. Ah, there it is. Yeah, she has this. Yeah, she has some decent air options. Like basically her JC, and her air dash has a ton of range if you look at that. Like literally from full screen, one air dash is like, bam, you're in. The game knows better than to question the lore's strongest character. Yeah, right. But she has decent buttons in her 5B and her JC. She's pretty much an airborne and evasive character that tries to play lane, forcing you to be the aggressor as she throws out items at you. You can growl at the items, thankfully, though. But generally the thing she wants is like the baseball bat, which just functions as a DP. The frying pan can set up instant overheads on her jump cancelable moves, which is like her 5C, 2A. She can also do TK, whatever the fuck the move is called. Yeah, I don't know what the input. Ah, there it is. Yeah, you do this into like a quick overhead, things like that. Yeah, Swallow Moon. You always have to keep an eye on what item she's getting next. Cat Hammer can potentially zone you out a little bit, but as long as you know what item she has, you know what to expect, essentially. Her counter, it fucking sucks. She can't kill off of it. It does basically negative damage. And Azrael's like a funny thing where it's like you can bait the counter, or rather you can trigger the counter and then growl her, and get a phalanx and then kill her. Generally she uses stuff like Cat Hammer to like control space. She missiles obviously to zone, things like that. Presents are like the main thing that are kind of problematic because you have to smack the presents in order to get rid of them. Especially if she does like EX presents with a super. The presents are tanky and can literally combo break you. So that can be pretty rough to deal with. She can also stall her air momentum with her flight mode, obviously. Bubbles, despite being a projectile themselves, Growler makes them go away, so you're like wide open if you try to Growler it. You have to like smack it with like a 5A or 5V. She has deceptively high damage. Like she hits like a truck randomly. It's weird. She's like a lolly character. Why do you hit so hard? You know. But that is something you have to deal with. This matchup, I'd say it's close to even. It's not too bad. Azrael just has to play aggressive and chase her down. She's like an elusive air character, but overall it's not too bad. Noel. This one it's a funny matchup. EU thinks Noel is just, Noel's cooking, right? Like, what's his face? Came into the Azrael Discord, like, hey, yo, nah, bro, Noel be beating Azrael, bro. She's so much faster. She can run circles around him. She can bait his DP. She can do this. She can do that. I was like, no, bro, no. Sit down. Noel is doing nothing. Like, nada. Garbage character. Azrael favorite for sure. You literally outrange her in most scenarios. Like, a lot of her drives have like invul and shit, but it doesn't matter. You can like 3-save them to beat out the low invul. Or like, you can just smack her. Like, for example, when she does this into whatever the fuck, right? You can literally just smack her when she lands from the drive. Like, whatever the fuck, right? Yeah, like, she's not, no. Now I see with like most of her DPs, most of her drives, you can just DP them. Noel and cooking can't be in a sentence unless the word isn't is in the middle. Exactly. She doesn't cook in the lore, she doesn't cook in the game either. Bad. Most Noel players will try to attempt to like 4D out of pressure and things like that, so literally bro, fucking boom. Now you just go for delayed lows and stuff, and you will eventually catch a Noel player trying to drive mash and things like that. Like, no, you're blowing that up. You're blowing that up. This character sucks. Even at high level, where more Noel players will have like more patience and won't be as likely to drive mash, she's still one of those characters where to get out of defense, you're gonna have to take risks sooner or later. And Azrael is one of those characters where it's like you don't want to gamble with him. You know what I mean? Yo, it's good, hybrid. All she really is going for is the fact that she's fast, but like fucking like Makoto is fast, or Terumi is fast. You know what I mean? Like yeah, she's fast and that's cool and all, but like you don't really even have the normals to back it up like that. And like, it's not even saying much because most characters are faster than Azrael anyway. So it's like whatever, you know. She does have the reversal super though. I believe they buffed that. I think it used to have guard point or some shit. Nowadays it's just a regular reversal. Her staggers are like okay, but due to like her mediocre range, it doesn't seem that bad. It seems like you just like IV barrier her out. As far as how you play the match, you can play it however you want, honestly. In terms of being aggressive or hanging back and letting the Noel player hang themselves. That's one of those things where you're more or less in complete control. Because it's like, what is she really doing to you? You know? It's a straightforward matchup. There's no like gimmick to it. It's not even like Hibiki where it's like, oh, you have to like 5A the clones or something like that, or like with Jin you gotta growler the fireballs. Nothing. It's literally just the most stale bred, character. Literally nothing. Just she has invul in some of her drives. Like, ooh, garbage. Super gimmicky, by the way, too. On top of that, all you have to do is just adjust your pressure based on how the Noel player is responding. You do that, you're golden. All right, so Celica. Celica, they nerfed her. I don't know too much about this character, so this will be brief. We're almost done. Oh, actually, no, yeah, we're basically done, actually. Not even almost. We're basically done. Yeah, literally just Celica and Relius. This was so fucking long, I swear. But yeah. With Celica, she used to be a lot better. They nerfed her. Her DP, I believe, is guard point, so it's bad. She has the Murakumo backdash, but it's not as good as Izanami's. So you do have to deal with it somewhat, but it's not like the end of the world. They've nerfed her over the years. Basically, her dull normals have pushback now. And they also nerfed her damage. She used to have like loops, they used to do a ton of damage. Now, not so much. And I think they nerfed her healing, I want to say. But yeah, she has decent pokes with like JC, and her 5B itself is like pretty big. Yeah, so you kind of have to hold that at round start or whatever, but it's not too bad. She's a Shoto character. I believe her Fireball doesn't even go full screen, so you don't even have to worry about that like that. She has her Rekkas, question mark. She does gain armor frames on it when she has the green health, because her whole gimmick is healing, obviously. She has a very solid anti-air, if I recall correctly. Like, her anti-air is pretty good. What was her anti-air? Okay, yeah, there we go, 6C. Yeah, she does good damage off the loops. It used to be even higher. Yeah, she has a dive kick. It's minus on block, I want to say. She also has this as well, which leads to, like, you know, drives or whatever. I believe you can generally just block them normally. It's not really any sort of like crazy mix off of it. This randomly goes over DP. It's like mad funny. But aside from that, yeah, no, just there isn't really anything to this character. It's just a Shoto character with like a gimmicky drive, I guess. It's not really all that interesting. I don't really have too much to say because this is probably one of the characters I've fought the least out of my entire CF career, or just BlazBlue career in general. So yeah, not too much to say about her. She's like a decent character, but yeah, nothing crazy. Nothing that makes you, you know, stand out or is remarkable where it's like, oh shit, you gotta deal with this. I guess, more or less the fact that she can heal, so I believe she has like the overdrive super or whatever, where like she heals a fuck ton of health, so that's kind of just memes. Alright, so the very last character. We finally made it. I'm gonna have to split up the video into like 2 parts, at minimum. Because I think this is like approaching like, what, almost 5 hours actually, if you combine both streams. But yeah, Relius' favorite matchup. Oh, I didn't do Hakumen, you're right. You're right, I totally forgot Hakumen. Alright, second to last character. Did I not write about Hakumen? Did I forget? I mean, I could just freestyle that. It's all good. Hakumen is a very simple matchup. Either I forgot to write about it, or I like skipped over it. It's whatever. But anyways, this yeah, I did bullet. This is definitely Relius' favorite. Even without the doll, he is a very strong character. Like, he has solid fucking air buttons. Like, he can fight pretty much without the doll. Like, the doll is like the added bonus. You can very much space Azrael out. Generally speaking, around start, he will either 5B you into pressure or just like back off and doll summon. 6D, I believe you can sometimes smack at it, because the doll moves, a lot of them have armor frames during the animations. You can sometimes smack them out of it, but sometimes you just can't, honestly. There's things like 6A, where you can like 6A doll normals while he's full screen, and potentially stop them that way. And the one good thing about hitting the doll is, unlike Carl, the doll goes away when you hit her, so hitting the doll is actually advised whenever possible. He has the twirl, which I believe is not that. What the fuck was his twirl input? I do not remember what the twirl input is. I like played him for like a hot second. Anyways, twirl. I believe it only loses to throws, I want to say. If I recall correctly, it has very little recovery, so you have to like throw him out of it. When he has the doll out, he can basically mash 60 into twirl at any point and basically punish you and take his turn back. Same with counter assault, he can just counter assault into a full combo. Generally speaking, he's very strong set play, but it's similar to Valk, where you have to make Relius blow as much resource, as much doll meter as possible, so that by the time he opens you up, he's doing less damage and has less Oki options. Gimmicky Relius players will use like dual bio super, like the doll punch super, whatever the fuck the input is. Okay, there it is. Yeah, you can just DP that as soon as you see the super flash, and you'll clash cancel it and fly off into the distance. He has, excuse me, he has a good reversal super. It surprisingly hits even if you like jump or whatever you jump on, it still hits. It's pretty good, and you can make it safe with doll, just with like everything else. Generally speaking, Relius players do like to like up back into summon into whatever, so you may want to chase them with like JC and things like that. He has high damage as well. Like Relius damage is no joke. Even if on like resources and things like that, like meter, it's still pretty high, like near 4K, around there. So you got to deal with that as well. He has a solid 5A in-year as well as the massive like 4D in-year as well. Like this character, yeah, approaching the year is very risky. He also has 2C, obviously. He has like a million anti-years. So it's pretty rough trying to approach him from the air. And again, from the ground, he has his own 5B and things like that. Yeah, this character's fucked. This character's fucked, for sure. The one thing, though, is that his standard quote-unquote mix isn't that great. Like, he has a slower head, but he also has, like, low-to-the-ground air dashes and things like that, which he can do to you. He also has, like, certain Oki options, where we have like the doll behind you twirl to like make you switch sides behind him as the doll pushes you forward with one of its moves, and it essentially crosses you up. So he has like some left-right setups. He also has like unblockables as well. So he does have some solid options once he gets his set play going, but it is very expensive in terms of resources. So good Relius players will manage their shit with like stuff like overdrive and things of that nature. He has his, I believe, yeah, he has like 2-2A, so like when he bursts, he can make you block immediately on wake up with this into like doll stuff. Yeah, hitting the doll is super important whenever you can. Relius is a character where some people say it's like 5-5. I think it's Relius' favorite, honestly. Yeah, I believe that can be Growlered. I want to say. Actually, let me test that just to be sure. Okay, yeah, it can be Growlered at the very least. So you sometimes don't have to deal with it when you actually like he bursts you out or whatever, but you can always fake that and just go for something else, and you're stuck growling there, and it's like, oh, you're fucked. Aside from that, yeah, you just have to deal with like massive doll normals, massive like just normals in general. The neutral, it's pretty rough. Like doll covers a lot of options, as well as can just be used to just smack you around and stuff like that. So it does require patience. And the pressure, again, you have to keep it tight due to the reversal super as well as the twirl, spot dodge. It can be pretty rough. But that's all I really have to say about Relius. Alright, so Hakumen, this is... For some reason, it's one of Chaotic's favorite matchups. I don't know why. I don't know. I mean, I know why, but it's like, why, dude? This is Casino Night, the character. Like, stop sign normals. You cannot play too patient with him because he built meter passively. This is the only Azrael matchup I'm confident. Yeah, it's like 5-5. It's more or less even. Once you get in on him, doing counters and stuff is a huge risk for Hakumen. You can still get cheesed out, don't get me wrong. But drive, I mean, you know, he whiffs a counter and it's like you just 5D him in the face. Getting in is just another matter entirely. I believe you can try to like, hold on, I believe it's like force, oh yeah, let me try to show you guys real quick. Yeah, so round start, you can 4C him, or rather 3C him if he tries to 4C you. But he can do this. Yeah, to like beat you out of your 3C. Then if he tries to like do, you know, some shit or whatever, you can like 6A him potentially. Or like, let's say he tries to 5C, you walk back. You don't even have to walk back actually. Just to be safe, I guess you could like walk back and then goose stuff in. Things like that. Like, despite him having the reach advantage, the round start is... yeah, it's a 50-50 basically. He can always just be safe and like back off, obviously. But yeah, generally speaking, the round start, if he chooses to hold his ground, is like, it can go either way. Fucking... what is it, Agito? This, you can anti-air the follow-ups if you block it. This like baits anti-airs though. But after which the follow-ups, yeah, they can all just be anti-aired with like 5A or something. But he can be crazy and drive, which some Hakumens would. 6A is a pretty solid anti-air as well as 5A. You get anti-aired by this, start crying. What does growlering it do? I believe it just gives you a failing stock. I believe it just gives you a failing stock, yeah. Yeah. You can absorb it. Valk, I believe, is the only matchup where Azrael cannot use Growler to absorb anything. I don't know why that's like fucking... that's a prototype. I don't know why, but sure. But you would never realistically do that because, like, how would you fucking know he's gonna air dash into Agito, right? In terms of stuff like Yukikaze, if you Sentinel it, you can just super jump out. In general, you can, if you know the drive is coming or whatever, you can just 5A block. I believe so. I'm pretty sure they didn't change it. I know you can definitely do that versus his like advancing drive count or whatever the fuck the input is for that. Okay, there it is. Yeah. You just do that. And it's like relatively slow. So you can like see it and then just RC if you really are like scared about it. This I believe is plus frames, I want to say. What is the input for that uppercut move he has though? Because that has like mid invul, you have to use 3C against that. It also doubles as like an anti-air, 63, okay, let's see. Yeah, this. Yeah, it has mid invul, so you have to like 3C. 3C is, it's okay in this matchup. Again, it goes under 4C, which is pretty nice. It's a low option, so you can potentially fuck with him trying to like drive counter you and whatnot. It's decent overall. And again, it beats 623A. So 3C is overall not bad. Generally you want to Gustav right as his JC whiffs. I mean, you want to time it as he lands. Generally this matchup, again, neutral is just catch 22. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you get in, you get smacked by JC. You don't, you just build 3 meter. The next hit he kills you. So it's one of those matchups that just makes me just uncomfortable in general. I'm not a fan of it at all. He has tools to basically stop you from playing the game. You have to basically, yeah, just inch your way in, same as the other Shotos, you just inch your way in and do stuff appropriately. 6C is not something I'd recommend that often. Because, Yeah, it's like you try to succeed and then you just JCs, you go flying. That always feels bad. Generally you just block low versus him, for the most part. I mean, this, you can't combo off it, so it's like whatever. This you have to look out for, especially in overdrive. Those scramble situations where like he pops Mugen, tries to mix your shit. This Tsubaki is a thing on Wake Up. Basically to throw bait, as well as just a get off me tool. It's not amazing, but it is something that some Hakumens will gamble with. You can just crouch it though. So it's not too bad. Throws are obviously just in general recommended against these counters, but he does have this counterplay option. Actually, no, I think this is Tsubaki. Yeah, and this is like Hotaro, I believe. Yeah. Got the names mixed up there. This used to be an overhead. Now it just guard breaks you. No, you don't really have to deal with it too much, I guess. Maybe if the Hakumen's trying to like throw bait you or something. And he just bops you with this. But yeah, outside of that, it's not too bad. In terms of DPing his shit, similar to Jin, he can just 3 COS it, I believe. Or just OS it in general, it's pretty easy for him. You do have to, again, watch out, because I believe he gets a ton of damage off of 60, I want to say. 60 is the counter move where he can just cash out into like 5k. Yeah, really, this game, like this matchup just comes down to like playing the guessing game, really. Like once you're in, yeah, this is the guessing game. I'm not a fan of it. It's just constant gambling. I want to say it's 6D, but don't quote me on that. There's one counter in particular where he gets a ton of damage from. And obviously if he has like Yukikaze, he can like cancel that into also just damage, potentially, if he's like meter dumping. It might be 5D, yeah. Yeah, Hakumen is like super whack to fight. Chaotic is insane for enjoying this matchup. Yeah. Yeah, like win or lose, you're going to the casino night. It's pretty whack. I'll just get spaced out all day by JC, but again, you do have options, you have 3C and whatnot. Oh yeah, his jump-ins are not great. So like a lot of times you can make them whiff. Let me see if I can show it off real quick. You're gonna have to take my word for it. I don't think I'll be able to show it off here. But yeah, generally speaking, you can make a lot of his jump-ins whiff and whatnot with like 2A and stuff. So like 2A, like with 2A into 5A is like relevant here. In this matchup, mainly versus J2A and things like that. But yeah. Aside from that, yeah, it's really just, yeah, you just gotta play patient. Like, you gotta just learn how to deal with this. Although, trying to goose stuff and getting smacked by this is like the worst feeling. I believe this 5A is like not too bad at all. At dealing with goose stuff, I'm pretty sure. But yeah. This matchup, it's even, but it doesn't feel even. It feels worse than it actually is. It's kind of similar to like Susan, where it's in your favor, but it feels worse than that. Yeah, that about covers all the matchups, I want to say. We went through every fucking character. Goddamn. Definitely gonna have to split this up into like 2 parts for YouTube. Never open this game again. Yeah, I'm never opening this game again. It's like I did this for the Azrael Discord, and to just help other Azrael players and whatnot. I am never doing something like this again. Like, goddamn, there's way too many characters. There might have been some things here and there that could have been a bit more I guess, thorough with or elaborate with, but this is generally for mostly just beginner Azraels, I guess. And it might have some tips again to help like the more advanced players, but generally speaking, this is just to give you guys like an idea of like my thought process and how I approach certain matchups and whatnot. Maybe I'll do like a tier list thing of the matchups and then have that as a thumbnail for the video. I don't know. We'll figure that out, I guess. Thank you, Hybrid. I actually said that. I said that fucking. I was like, yo, Valk is one of his worst matchups, and it is no lie. Like that matchup is trash. But yeah, if you're in tournament, if you have to fight like Izanami, Nine, Carl, Litchi, Valk, Izayoi, switch to a different character. Like if you're built different, you could probably do it, but realistically, you're better off just switching to somebody else. Like that matchup is super annoying. You have to play so perfect. Not to say that they're unwinnable. Again, like I mentioned, the only ones I'd say are like actual, just fucking like doom and gloom is like Izayoi. Izayoi needs a nod, but everything else, yeah, just get a sub for it. Yeah, just sub like S or Mai or something like that. You'll be good to go. But yeah, those are Azrael's matchups. He beats some characters that some people don't expect him to beat, and others they're not nearly as bad as you might think in terms of matchup spreads. It's still not great because he does have some glaring flaws at neutral, but it's not the end of the world for a lot of matchups. Particularly versus 9, like I mentioned, you have options to deal with her. But yeah, hopefully this was informative and helped some people out when they eventually see it, either on the stream or on YouTube. But yeah, thank you guys for sticking with me for this long, because holy shit. But yeah, y'all be easy. And I'll see you guys around. Laters.